Number 11, Travis Schumate, escorted by his mother Sandra, father Roger, and sister Rachel. Travis won the 2023 College of Business Outstanding Senior Award. He's an ODAC All-Academic Team member from 2019 to 2022 and is a member of Campus Outreach Ministry in Westover Honest College. After graduating with a degree in marketing, Travis plans to pursue a career in medical technology sales. Ladies and gentlemen, Travis Schumate. Number 16, Colby Hutman, joined by his parents Trisha and Chris. The senior from Mechanicsville, Virginia is graduating with a degree in sports management and will be attending Penn State after graduation to pursue a master's in turf management. Ladies and gentlemen, Colby Hutman. Number 25, Josh Dorman, escorted by his parents Beth and Mark. Josh is from Ruston, Virginia, and is earning his degree in communications with a coaching minor. After graduation, Josh will pursue a career as a baseball coach. Ladies and gentlemen, Josh Dorman. Number 27, Dylan Fisher. Joined by his parents Jim and Susie, Dylan is a business administration major with a minor in management from Haymarket, Virginia. He has played 37 games with the Hornets. Ladies and gentlemen, Dylan Fisher. Number 29, Chase Brimmer. Joined by his girlfriend Martha and his friend and teammate Brandon, Chase finished his academic career with a 3.5 GPA as a business major and a double minor in human resource management and leadership studies. On campus, Chase has also worked for the athletic department, assisting with game day events. After graduation, Chase plans to return to Virginia Beach and work in the operational management or project management field. We would also like to thank his coaches and teammates for allowing him to walk onto the team 4 years ago. He encourages his younger teammates to work hard, embrace the journey, and love what you do. Ladies and gentlemen, Chase Brimmer. Number 30, Avery Neves. Escorted by his mother Jill, grandmother Ann, uncle Lindsay, brother Mitchell, and sister Grace. Avery is a 2-year SAC representative and won academic all-district honors in 2022. Neves is a 2-time first-team All-American, the 2022 ODAC Player of the Year, the all-time conference leader in walks, and the program leader in runs, walks, and home runs. After graduating with a degree in exercise physiology, Avery plans to play baseball and attend graduate school. Ladies and gentlemen, Avery Neves. Number 43, Angel Collazo, escorted by his mother Gladys and father Angel. Angel is a sports management major and marketing minor from San Juan, Puerto Rico. He is an amazing intern for LHSN and has been on the Dean's List all 4 years. And he's an ODAC All-Academic Team member and a member of the National College Athlete Honor Society. Ladies and gentlemen, Angel Collazo. Number 44, Alex Gianascoli. Joined by his parents, Cindy and Dave, Alex is a business administration major from Virginia Beach with minors in marketing and management. After graduation, Alex plans to pursue a career as a project manager. Ladies and gentlemen, Alex Gianascoli. Number 45, Wesley Arrington. Wes is joined by his father Chet, mother Ginger, brother Ben, and grandmother Susan. Wes is a member of the Student Athlete Advisory Committee, won the James C. Fox Award, the Lynchburg Men's Academic Athlete of the Year Award, and is a 2022 Academic All-District winner. After graduating with a degree in sports management with a digital media marketing minor, Wes plans to attend grad school. Ladies and gentlemen, Wesley Arrington. Number 48, Jack Batchmore. Escorted by his mother Beth and father John. Jack is a member of the National Society of Leadership and Success and a second-team All-ODAC winner in 2022. After graduating with a degree in biology and a minor in chemistry, Jack will pursue a career in dentistry. Ladies and gentlemen, Jack Batchmore. Number 49, Nick Reaney, joined by his parents Roseanne and Mike. Nick is a business admin major with a minor in management. He was a second-team All-Region winner and a first-team All-Western New York honoree. After graduation, Nick has already accepted a job in Bedford. Ladies and gentlemen, Nick Reaney. Is our last senior ready, warming up in the bullpen? Our last senior, the starting pitcher today, is number 28, Zach Potts, escorted by his parents Jennifer and Matthew. Zach is an international relations major and has a minor in Spanish. He is the career wins leader at Lynchburg, a two-time all-tournament player and an all-region winner in 2021. After graduation, Zach will attend graduate school and continue his baseball career. Ladies and gentlemen, Zach Potts. As the families of the seniors line up for one group picture, let's give one more round of applause to Lynchburg's graduating class of 2023.
The Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network is proud to present baseball from Fox Field. Lynchburg hosting the Quakers of Guilford College. Kyle Haney hanging out with Evan Gates. It's another fabulous Saturday to play too, Evan. It's the final conference weekend of the regular season. So much on the line today, so much to talk about. I'm glad we get to do it again here. I'm just excited to work with you again, and we're excited for some very good baseball.
Absolutely, Kyle. We know Fox Field has been very favorable for the Hornets this season, still undefeated. And if you couldn't ask for a better setting, you mentioned obviously it's senior day. Energy is going to be high. There's a chance to have a regular season ODAC title on the line today, so you know that the Hornets want this one. And with Zach Potts, the Division III leader in wins on the mound, have to think the Hornets are ready.
You got some major individual stories to talk about in this game today, including that guy you just mentioned there. Zach Potts takes the ball again in Game 1 on senior day. He got a really loud ovation from the fellow teammates in the crowd. It's interesting on that senior day stuff, Evan, because sometimes the amount of applause is tied to a guy's performance and the stats, but other times it's not, and it's kind of cool to see who the other players really get up for when those seniors' names get called. And just a fun day to be out here. Got to make sure that emotion doesn't overshadow your performance, though, because the Guilford Quakers would love to spoil senior day and possibly spoil a regular season title as well. And Guilford's got the firepower to do it.
Well, we know they're talented, obviously leading the ODAC in home runs, RBIs. From a hitting standpoint, they're just about perfect. It's going to come down to the Lynchburg pitching. What can they offer? And all around, I think that these two teams have been very capable all season of getting wins. The question is, can they come today on senior day and make it happen?
You talked about how does the Quaker offense match up against the Hornet pitching. Lynchburg second in the country in earned run average. They're up there pretty high in some other statistical categories as a staff as well. And Guilford, man, they swing it. Maybe we should be highlighting the other sides as well, see how the Guilford pitching staff can shut down these Lynchburg hitters, and those sorts of elements will be in play. I'm sure we'll see some defense out there. Another little statistical fun thing to talk about, Lucas Jones looking for win number 150 as the Lynchburg head coach. So that'll be a little mini milestone. I say mini, but I mean it's kind of major to get 150 wins. We'll see if it happens today. There will be no shortage of conversation points and things to talk about. I think it's going to be a really good day out here at Fox Field. We got a great crowd, Evan, probably a little bit inflated because of the senior day, but I've seen a bunch of Guilford fans up there as well, so they're ready, they're excited.
Well, there's a heavy North Carolina presence throughout this Guilford lineup. All 9 batters that will be in the lineup today from North Carolina, and I think that having a school that's as close as they are is something that's obviously a privilege of being in the Old Dominion Athletic Conference. But you said it, this is the part of the season where things really start to matter, and obviously getting your bullpen sharpened out and being able to step up to the plate and make things happen. It's something that is so exciting to watch. We know that Lynchburg in the past few games is continuing to really prepare for that postseason, but you have to come out and play game in and game out.
Yeah, Lynchburg's been playing really good baseball all season long, but specifically this final stretch of the year has been really good. Hornets have won 10 of their last 11. Guilford's won 10 of their last 11 as well. So the Quakers, obviously, they are thinking about tournament play. Both of these teams are assured a spot in the ODAC baseball tournament. Lynchburg at 17-3 is at the top of the conference standings at the moment. They've got Shenandoah and Randolph-Macon nipping at their heels at 16-4. Guilford right now 6th in the conference at 9-10-1. So they're probably going to be locked into that 6th spot. They could fall down to the 7th seed potentially. But for Lynchburg, you're fighting for the regular season title. You're fighting for that number 1 seed. A lot at play, a lot to be excited about. Shenandoah is on the road at Ferrum. Randolph-Macon is at Roanoke, so we'll try to keep an eye on some of those scores here as the day goes on, and a potential first-round tournament matchup for Lynchburg as well. We'll be thinking about that too. But business to attend to. We're getting the starting lineups for Guilford, and we're excited to tell you about some of their great players, excited to tell you more about these seniors from Lynchburg. They got quite a few heavy hitters in that starting lineup, Evan, as far as senior firepower. Cam Lane, Avery Neves, Jackson Harding, all these guys. Some of those guys, I think Cam Lane's a grad student actually, so not technically a senior, but there is plenty of senior firepower for Lynchburg.
And one characteristic of all those guys really throughout this season, they just continue to be consistent. And
then it's first pitch next from Fox Field between Lynchburg and Guilford. You'll see it all live on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network.
Being a part of the different activities and organizations that I've been a part of, I'm actually able to see myself where I'm like, hey, I actually can make a change. I'm one person that can make a difference.
Division III has helped me to develop teamwork skills, critical thinking skills, time management skills.
It's not just about basketball, or it's not just about school, it's about developing yourself as a person altogether.
Great moments are born from great opportunity. That's what you have here tonight. That's what you've earned here tonight. This is your time. Now go out there and take it.
Every great college has a great city. For Lynchburg, we are near urban areas with lots of restaurants, shopping, and events. Plus, we are one of the top schools in the area. Come see for yourself.
University of Lynchburg hosting the Guilford Quakers in ODAC baseball action. Kyle and Evan hanging out with you on a Saturday, final Saturday of April. What a month it has been, Evan. And I'm going to refer to some of those April stats for both these teams because you get 35-plus games into a season. I kind of debate how much what you did in February really matters. So sometimes those last 5 or last 10 or what you've done in the last month stats seem to be a bit more applicable. But we've got all the numbers for both these teams. I mean, we could spend the entire broadcast just naming out stats that will blow you away with these two squads.
Well, what's interesting, too, about Guilford, in the middle part of the season, they were really struggling. They dropped 8 games of 9, and they're still over 500. And looking at what they're doing now at this point, they're so comfortable when they play in games against ODAC foes that are ranked. We know that Shenandoah, Randolph-Macon, the Hornets here at Lynchburg, all in that top 10 at one point. And so for Guilford coming in, they know what they're stepping into. And I think, like you mentioned, with the Hornets, just from a stats standpoint, these are 2 very big, heavy hitters.
I like what you said about the Quakers, though. That they've got a good story as far as how the season has gone. Zach Booker is a good story in his own right. He's the head coach for Guilford in his 2nd season. Seems like he's got things headed in the right direction. Quakers were 11-22 last year, so this is a pretty big turnaround as Guilford comes in at 20, 15, and 1. You're getting a look at senior Zach Potts throwing his final warm-up tosses, and he is a senior. I kind of botched it and named a few grad students in there because Lynchburg has a lot of those as well, but we honored them last season on senior day. So today the seniors are going to be number 1 Ty Gravitt, number 11 Travis Shoemates, number 16 Colby Hutton, number 25 Josh Jorman, number 27 Dylan Fisher, number 28 Zach Potts, who is the starting pitcher, number 30 Avery Neves in the starting lineup, number 43 Angel Collazo, number 44 Alex Gianniscoli, number 45 Wesley Arrington, and number 49 Nick Riney. And there is some great pitching in there, just obviously Potts on the mound, and then you got Arrington, who we think might start game 2. Collazo and Gianniscoli out of the bullpen have been really good this season. So a lot to talk about with the seniors, Evan, and we'll get to talk about first pitch here in just a moment because it's number 2 Bryce Vestal, the left fielder, in the batter's box to face Zach Potts. Strike 1 across for the right-hander from Oilville, Virginia. Zach Potts undefeated on the season.
Let's tell you a little bit more about him, the Goochland High School product. 1.96 ERA on the season. As we mentioned earlier, he is tied for the lead in Division III for wins with 9, but he is the only one who is yet to have a loss, so hoping to continue that today. 63 strikeouts to 16 walks. That's almost a 4-to-1 ratio. So all throughout the season, he has been consistent, and he has been dealing.
Pitches to contact, throws any pitch in any count, and is a proven winner. 25 victories in his Lynchburg career. That is the all-time lead. Now he's working on potentially getting the single-season record for wins, and a win here would go a long way to that as well. Potts misses outside, nobody gone. The leadoff hitter, the left fielder, Bryce Vestal in there. He is a grad student from Jonesville, North Carolina, first-team All-ODAC player last year. Potts will go after him. This one yanked down the line, but foul. The only no decision of the season for Zach Potts, Evan, came last weekend in Game 1 against Shenandoah. Lynchburg ended up getting that win, but it was Jack Batchmore out of the bullpen that gets credit for the win. Zach Potts very effective in that one, completely did his job. There's a ball yanked to first base off the glove of Hyatt. Potts was over to cover, but too hot to handle there on the right side of the diamond, and we'll wait for the official call as far as it was a hit or an error. It was ripped by Bryce Vestal, and he is on board to begin the game.
Took a bit of a weird hop coming into the infield dirt, and obviously those ones are coming at you quick. So as a first baseman, not only are you worrying about fielding it, but getting over to the base as well. So with Vestal reaching, Guilford has their first hit of the ball game.
Sumner will show bunt. Fiedler out to throw, close at first, but they end up getting Michael Sumner there. So good job by Holden Fiedler to bounce out and get an out for Lynchburg. Battery mate is Holden Fiedler. Cam Lane is the designated hitter. Around the diamond for Lynchburg, it is Eric Hyatt at first, Ben Jones at second, Brandon Garcia short, Gavin Collins at third. In the outfield, it's Avery Neves in left, Carson Atkins in center, and Jackson Harding in right. Here's Isaiah Harrison. He's one to watch for Guilford. Leads the conference in homers, second in RBI and average. Left-handed hitting first baseman Isaiah Harrison.
One of 3 for this Guilford squad who has started every single game this season, along with Michael Summer and Ryland Smith, who will bat in the cleanup spot. As you see there, he is no trouble with contact.
Slides that one by a diving Gavin Collins. Neves had a long run to get to that. They were shaded Harrison to pull, so Avery Neves would have been in that left center gap. So it's a stand-up double and an RBI for Isaiah Harrison. Guilford is on the board early, a 1-0 lead with 1 out. Ryland Smith, the third baseman, steps in to take some hacks against Zach Potts.
The quality of good hitting teams like this Guilford squad, they're patient in the box. They're going to wait for a pitch to hit and not try to do too much with it, and just getting it down the line. Hairston was able to drive in the first run of the game. As we just mentioned, Ryland Smith behind him, just as talented, batting .429 on the season.
And Ryland Smith is a freshman. He is in the running with the 2 middle infield guys that you can see and hear a lot about from us from Lynchburg, Brandon Garcia and Ben Jones, those 2 fabulous freshmen. But Ryland Smith, his numbers are right up there, and he'll be in the Rookie of the Year conversation in the Old Dominion Athletic Conference Awards. That's the other thing about this weekend. If you're somebody that feels like they got a chance at one of those major awards or perhaps a first-team selection, all that stuff, a big weekend here really can go a long way because then it's kind of fresh in everybody's minds what you did on that last day of play.
You know people are watching, and especially when it matters from a standings standpoint, you know that you have to come out and win, and that's something that the best of the best are able to do. They can get wins for their ball club and contribute.
Well said. Good pitch there from Zach Potts. 2-2 count. I doubt Zach Potts is rattled at all, giving up the early run. He's pretty level-headed, pretty even keel, about as even keel as they come out there, and I think it's the kind of mentality and approach you want from your starting pitcher. Inside target. Potts hit it, and this ball will get sprayed into right field. Long run for Jackson Harding. Harriston's going to turn around third. Harding going to try to throw out Smith at second. They cannot do it. It's another stand-up double. Back-to-back doubles for the Quakers, and they are off to a roaring start, trying to spoil the fun here on senior day for Lynchburg.
Well, if you've watched Guilford at all this season, it won't come to a surprise that every single time they get in the box, it seems like they can make something happen. Whether this is the Lynchburg squad's second ERA in Division III as a team, then the Quakers aren't going to make it easy.
One of our athletic trainers is going to head out and take a look at Ryland Smith, who came into second base a little bit gingerly. Hopefully it's nothing too concerning here for Guilford and their head coach, Zach Booker. It's a breather for Zach Potts. I know he likes to keep the rhythm and keep going, but in a situation like this, Evan, you can debate after giving up back-to-back doubles that maybe a little break is a good thing, and Holden Fiedler gets to go out there and chat, have a short conversation. Again, I don't think Zach Potts is rattled by any means, but it's never going to make you feel warm and fuzzy to give up 2 runs in the first inning.
And we know Potts is capable of putting up good pitching performances, and this isn't to say that he can't come back and throw a few shutout innings and have the Hornets right back in this one. But if you're Fiedler, too, another one of the veterans on the squad, you have to think he's able to keep the nerves calmed. And obviously for Potts, you just have to keep making pitches and not stray away from how you throw the ball.
Said I was hoping it was nothing serious for Ryland Smith here, but the longer this conversation goes, and then the fact that you're seeing a runner come out of the dugout means it is something serious. Ryland Smith will have a short game, unfortunately for him. On paper, it looks pretty good, 1 for 1 with a double, but he is out because of an apparent injury, and it's number 3, Chase Wade, that will go in to run and occupy that spot. Don't know about the defensive alignment. Ryland Smith was scheduled to start at third base, so we'll keep our eyes on that. A bit of an early blow for Guilford there as you lose your 4-hole hitter and a guy that was swinging it at a 429 clip. That will be interesting to see how that impacts the Quakers' offense and defense, actually, for that matter. I mean, you lose your third baseman, it's a pretty key spot.
Well, especially after back-to-back doubles, too, you have to think that the Quakers are feeling pretty good about things, but you can't allow a little move like that to get to you, and we know that the Quakers all season long have the depth to stay in ball games, as it's going to be Alden Horn stepping into the box, senior from Sherrills Ford, North Carolina, batting .300.
Sorry, Evan, and you talk about depth. I mean, I'm just looking at the stat sheet. The guy they brought in, Chase Wade, has started 22 games and played in 32. So it's not exactly like he's a part-timer. I mean, you're bringing in a guy that's got some pretty great numbers on his own, so that's a nice option to have off the bench, but still can't be great for Coach Zach Booker to lose the starting third baseman and cleanup hitter. 0-2 count here. Potts wants it away. Missed, but it's strikeout number 1 of the game anyway for Zach Potts. And there's now 2 outs here in an inning that has really been good for Guilford. It'll be number 25, the catcher Colin Smith, to hit with a runner in scoring position and 2 away.
That's got to feel good for Potts, especially with the first out just really being a sacrifice bunt, to be able to get a strikeout, sort of get his momentum back, and not allow Guilford to put anything else up on the run tally.
Good 2-seam fastball there from Zach Potts. That's one of his calling cards. He gets great movement with that 2-seamer. Almost probably better describing it as a sinker with the action that it has. He can straighten it out and go with the cross seam, the 4-seam, but usually it's that 2-seamer. There's a swing and a miss and what I think was a slider, and all of a sudden Colin Smith is in an 0-2 hole against Zach Potts.
Especially in a right-on-right matchup when that pitch is coming away from you. Have to time that right. We'll touch on it later. That's something the Hornets have been working on.
Good spot there from Potts, and he gets the call out of the inning with a strikeout looking, but the Quakers do strike first. 2 runs on 3 hits. Guilford leaves 1 on, and we're through the first half of the first inning here at Fox Field. Let's see if the Hornets can respond next.
To them, the whole world looks like an opportunity, one to be seized, built upon, and made better for their sport and the people around it. To student athletes, every opportunity is a chance to change what could be and show the world what opportunity can do.
Football has taught me a lot throughout my life. It's definitely had a huge imprint on who I am as a person. Competing at a Division III level created that opportunity for me to go to college. Not only was I the first one in my family to graduate college, but I was really the first one to even go. Being the first one, I'm breaking that cycle, and now that I've graduated, I'm not sure what's the next step, but I know I have a lot of doors open. And a lot of those are open because I played football and ran track here at Otterbein.
Think a private education is too expensive? Think again. At the University of Lynchburg, you can get a personalized education for the cost of a state school. If you're commuting and you get our top scholarships, you could pay much less. And you get all that without the hassle of giant lecture halls. Our faculty know your name here and do more than just teach. You might even do research together and plan out your next career moves.
Freshman Marcelo Resigliano starts it for Guilford on the mound. He got a win against Bridgewater College last weekend through 7 innings, surrendered just 2 earned runs. So he has really settled into this weekend starter role, Evan. Marcelo Resigliano for Guilford. He'll face a lineup for Lynchburg that includes the shortstop Brandon Garcia leading off. Grad student Cam Lane will DH and hit second. Avery Neves, the All-American, in left hitting third. Eric Hyatt, the first baseman, cleans up. Ben Jones in the 5-hole playing second. Gavin Collins hitting 6th and playing third. And then you got Jackson Harding, Holden Fiedler, and Carson Atkins rounding out the lineup. Out number 1 has already been recorded as Brandon Garcia flies out in foul territory to start the offensive attack for the Hornets.
Well, we mentioned that it would be a substitution up at third base for Ryland Smith, who went out of the ball game, and Chase Wade is getting tested right away as Brandon Garcia pops up for out number 1. Well, you mentioned about Resigliano, too. I think it's so impressive being a freshman and having 9 starts already. This is the 10th of the season. We know that he's had the reps so far, and facing an experienced Hornet squad, I don't think he's going to be rattled.
Yeah, he's gotten tested a bunch this season, so you're right. At this point in the year, you feel like even as a freshman, you're pretty comfortable. That amount of starts, there's some sophomores and juniors that don't have that amount of starts on the mound, so he's got some experience by what he's done earlier this season. Cam Lane takes a ball up and out of the zone for ball 2. 2-1 count with 1 gone. Brandon Garcia just flew out to the shortstop. If you joined us late, Guilford is already on the board and on top, 2-0. 3 hits in the inning, back-to-back doubles. Isaiah Hairston and Ryland Smith. But the asterisk by Smith is he is now out of the game, kind of injured himself running into second base there for his double. 2-2 count on Cam Lane. That's strike 3. Lane took that looking, and all of a sudden there's 2 quick ones in the books for the Guilford Quakers.
If you're Avery Neves stepping into the box right now, you have to think you just want to slow this inning down. Even if you are getting out, you're making it productive. You're not allowing it to be on 3 or 4 pitches. I think all season long, it's the long innings that the Hornets have been able to capitalize on and continue going through the lineup.
Seems like more often than not when the other team scores, the Hornets answer. Not necessarily with the same amount of runs, but they typically don't get blanked in the bottom half of the inning. And if Avery Neves can get on, that would go a long way to that, but it looks like it'll have to wait. Check swing chopper to the first baseman, no problem for Isaiah Harrison, and we are through one complete. Guilford leads 2-0 over the University of Lynchburg from Fox Field in Lynchburg. The right fielder Grayson Tudor leads off to begin inning number 2 here at Fox Field. Guilford already with the 2-0 lead. We'll see how Zach Potts settles in. Seemed like he didn't have a problem getting out of the inning, Evan, which again, back to Zach Potts, very composed, very confident, very even keel. You don't pitch as many games in your career as Zach Potts has and not have some times where you give up some first inning runs, and how you bounce back from that is always important. It looks like Potts is back on the right track here. 0-2 count on Tudor.
Well, when you're facing a lineup that has 6 guys batting over 300, you have guys who are hitting over 1,000 from an OPS standpoint. I mean, you know you're going to give up a few hits, but what Potts has to be able to do is come back in an inning like this and try to blank the Quakers, because if you continue to allow these rallies to develop, that's when you're in trouble.
And the key is that happy medium, I think, too, baseball fans. You want to dig deep, maybe turn it up a little bit, maybe snap the breaking ball a little bit sharper, but you can't try to overdo it and get outside yourself. You got to still stay within your skill set, stay within what you're comfortable with, get some ground balls for your defense, those sorts of things. 2-2 count. And I think Zach Potts understands that piece. Again, he's given up runs before, so it's not going to be easy to rattle him. 3-2 now. It's full. After a minor technical hiccup, we have returned on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. It's live. It's live baseball, Evan. You just never know what's going to happen. And thanks to the expertise of Sam Graham, we got it back there. I think our fans watching, we did miss some crazy stuff. You missed a home run, fans, where the batter runner crossed paths of another runner, and there was actually an out recorded on a home run, which is probably one of the most rare things you can have in baseball, I would think. And it's a 4-0 Guilford lead. That's the big number. Quakers on top, 4-0.
Certainly made our jobs a little bit more difficult trying to decipher everything. And then after that, it was throw to second to get them out of the inning. We saw Ben Jones missed a pop-up at second, but all told, it's 4-0 Guilford here in the Lynchburg half of the inning.
And Lynchburg defensively has now had 3 balls where you can kind of watch out. Ben Jones, that one off the wrist and glove of the first baseman. That's how you hit it through somebody right there. Ben Jones just missiling a ball to the right side. But just completing the thought, Lynchburg's defense has now had 3 that you can question, hit or error, those kind of things. Balls that you feel like, well, if we can come up with 1 of 3 or 2 of 3, the complexion of the game is a little bit different. And I'm not counting Avery Neves in there. Fans, you missed that. I think Avery Neves went back to the fence and may have gotten his glove on that home run because it barely snuck over. But Neves couldn't keep it in the yard, and it ends up being a 2-run homer instead of a 3-run homer because of the base running mishap from Guilford.
It was a scary play at the start, too. Neves looked a little shaken up, just staying on the ground for a minute or so, trying to get back to his feet. I mean, obviously that is such a difficult play to make, but as we mentioned at the warning track, it's very unforgiving.
Gavin Collins hits with a 1-1 count here for Lynchburg. First base hit of the game from Ben Jones. He's on first at the moment. They're facing Marcelo Resigliano, whose ball club has staked him to a 4-0 advantage. That's got to make you feel good. If you're Resigliano, right-handed freshman for the Quakers. Went inside with a breaking ball. Might have missed the spot. Collins lays off, and it's a 2-2 count with 1 gone in the bottom of the second inning. Long ball game left. No panic button for Lynchburg. We know that. But you got to get busy here, especially being in a 4-0 hole with, again, a great offense. We've already mentioned it today. But this Guilford offense, you have to feel like they're going to keep scoring. There's a 1-hop throw into second that the second baseman, Carter Bloom, really did a nice job to hold on for and get the fielder's choice out.
Well, this is the point of the game where experience is going to play a key role because Lynchburg being down 4-0, we know that the middle innings are typically the time of the game where the bats really start to come alive, but even in the ODAC tournament coming up in the next few weeks, this is something that you have to get out to hotter starts and be able to bring the energy from the first inning, and Guilford has done an amazing job today.
Sure have. I think the Quakers really feel good about their chances in the ODAC tournament. They could finish anywhere from that 6th, 7th, or 8th seed potentially based on what happens this weekend. So they've got some other teams that they might be checking their scores in the dugout or in between games, seeing what happens with Washington and Lee and Ferrum. Swing and a miss from Jackson Harding. But it's just a great thing about playing baseball in this last weekend, Evan. You got all these things going on, and it does. I think it adds a little extra excitement and a little extra flavor to the game that I just love, especially when you have a situation where you are playing for that conference seeding or potentially a conference regular season title like Lynchburg.
Just feels different. We've mentioned even going back to February where you're playing colder games, the bats aren't as hot, and now it just really feels like baseball season is here for all levels. You know, professionally they're playing, and then, like you said, the layers of senior day, having events going on around campus, it just adds to an incredible atmosphere.
Jackson Harding will knife this one into left. Grab is made there by Bryce Vestal for the final out of the inning. So Lynchburg still blanked after 2 complete. They trail 4-0. Guilford Quakers on top on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network.
Loving you is where it's at. You made me so very happy. I'm so glad you came into my life.
Think a private education is too expensive? Think again. At the University of Lynchburg, you can get a personalized education for the cost of a state school. If you're commuting and you get our top scholarships, you could pay much less. And you get all that without the hassle of giant lecture halls. Our faculty know your name here and do more than just teach. You might even do research together and plan out your next career moves.
I think the senior day is affecting the broadcast crew more than the players here, as we're rattled up here, Evan. Apologies to my great friend Sam Rice. I called him Sam Graham. Shout out to Sam Graham, who will be broadcasting some lacrosse later on
oh,
campus,
you know
I
it.
believe. But yeah, not in the press box with us right now. And I think we are going to get a look at some point of the craziness that you might have missed, the home run. And I don't know if we have the shot of the runners crossing each other, but that was the wild part of that home run as it turned. Oh, that ball hit the bag, and Eric Hyatt with a gymnastics type of move to sprawl out and reel that one in. That was a great play from Eric Hyatt. We've seen him under pressure over there at first base, and this time really a nice adjustment as this bouncing ball hit the bag. So here's the home run last inning. Neves going back. He actually didn't get as close to it as we thought, but you could see the bang against the fence there. That was very, very unforgiving, and that was part of the reason why Neves took a while to get up. And there's a ball that Ben Jones seemed to be bothered by the sun. Final out of the inning right there. So good little mini recap, but maybe that doesn't even tell the whole story of how strange that was. A 3-run homer turned into a 2-run homer.
Well, it's a play that I've certainly not seen in a very long time, if ever, and we know that's the game of baseball, something new every day. That's why we come out to watch it, to play it, to enjoy it.
It's one of those ones that non-baseball people, I think, aren't going to understand, and they're going to wonder why it's a rule, those kinds of things. But it does happen every now and then. There's a punch out from Zach Potts. I think maybe he wasn't sure, but it is a K looking on Alden Horn, and it will bring up the catcher, Colin Smith. Yeah, those base runners cannot cross. The other one that you can kind of get goofed up on is a runner, missing a bag going back if you round second and then you have to go back because a ball is caught. And wow, here's an interesting one from our fearless leader, Tim LaDuca. On April 26th, 1931, Lou Gehrig was called out for passing a runner after hitting a home run. And it resulted in him not winning the American League home run title. So almost how many years to the day? April 26th. We're April 29th, so we're close to a good anniversary there. 1931, I'm doing the math. What is that? 92 years and 3 days since it last happened. No, since it famously happened to Lou Gehrig. It's definitely happened since then. But and I feel like a home run is actually maybe when you would see it happen because, well, swung on here from Smith. Neves will not get to that one. And Smith will round first and stop there for a single. But just not to talk about it too much, Evan, but I think it's going to happen on a home run because one of those runners, the runner at first, might be tagging up in case the outfielder catches it, right? Or even if he goes halfway at first, between first and second, if it's a really high home run, that batter would have time to get out there. So I think a home run is actually when it would come into play. That's almost, maybe not the only time you could pass the runner, but it seems to me like it probably happens more on home runs than on balls that stay in the yard. Let's put it that way.
Well, with Neves crashing into the fence, too, I don't think that helped things because not only are you watching the ball to see if it's over, but you don't even know if it's caught or not.
Yeah, exactly. The runner at first had no way of knowing, just like we didn't know. It was hard for us to tell what was going on.
We know sometimes if there's a player who's injured on the play, you can't just keep tagging and go all the way home. They'll call the stoppage for that. And so when you see Neves down, even if he had the catch, maybe you're only getting an extra base on that.
Sure. 1-2 count, runner on first. So we talk about crazy things you see in a baseball game. Here's a ground ball to Brandon Garcia. He'll scoop, throw across. On target to first base, and the inning is over. One Guilford hit. They've racked up 7 in the game already, but they leave one stranded. Quakers lead 4-0 on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Lynchburg trailing 4-0 as we move to the bottom of the third inning. Evan and Kyle hanging out with you. The full crew up here. LHSN is working hard to get not only the internet working properly, but also to get some replays of the things you missed. Holden Fiedler swinging on the first pitch. Second baseman got the glove to it and then scrambles and gets the out. That is an outstanding play there by Carter Bloom. Knocked it down, and it stayed in range to where he could get to it, picks it up with a bare hand, and throws a strike to first base for the out, getting Holden Fiedler by a step.
Talk about athleticism. Maybe helps things down a little bit that there wasn't any base traffic, maybe trying to get a throw to second. But even to get that ball thrown over to first, that is no easy task. And now, one down for Carson Atkins in the 9-hole.
Atkins could really spark things for the Lynchburg offense. We know he's capable of that. That's part of the reason why he hits in that 9-hole. That's one of those new school metrics, analytics that has really told us about the lineup construction, Evan, is how important the 9-hole batter is. Not that any spot in the lineup is unimportant, but I think sometimes, it was kind of the afterthought that, oh, the worst hitter is going to hit 9th. And really the new school numbers tell us that's not the case, or not with the good teams anyway. The 9-hole hitters should be getting on base almost like another leadoff man if you want to be successful.
Well, when your 9-hole hitter is tied for the team lead in homers this season with 5, you have to think that he's hitting pretty proficiently.
Yeah, and Atkins leading the team in doubles too, so major power for a guy that is a grad student and has been doing it for a long time. He will rip that one down the line. Atkins will turn for second. Let's see if Vestal can get to it in time. Strong throw, but Atkins is in standing up. So there is that spark maybe that Lynchburg needed. Second hit of the ball game, first extra base hit, and they've got a runner in scoring position for the top of the lineup. Brandon Garcia enters the game on a 19-game hitting streak. Garcia popped out in foul territory to the third baseman, his first at bat.
All season long, we talk about the freshman contributions, but for Garcia, he can do it from the plate and from the field. Obviously, 359 batting average, but a 484 on-base percentage. So when you're getting on base almost half of your at-bats, you have to like your chances.
Brandon Garcia has done it in conference play as well. He's over 420 for the batting average just against ODAC teams, so that's very impressive. 0-1 count. Garcia was switched on and ready for that delivery from Marcelo Resigliano. Freshman right-hander for Guilford has pitched well so far. Might be facing a stiff test here in the bottom of the third. Atkins leads off at second after his 11th double of the season. Atkins has got that combo as Garcia takes strike 2. Atkins has got that combo, Evan, of power and speed. So a guy like that is going to rack up a lot of doubles, but it's been an outstanding season for Carson Atkins as it continues right now. 1-2 count on the freshman, Brandon Garcia. He'll fire that one to the first baseman, caught in the air, and it's a double play. Wow. Garcia ripped that ball, but right at the first baseman, Isaiah Harrison, who caught it, and a pretty easy toss to second base. Atkins was in no man's land, and that's how the threat will end for Lynchburg. Line drive, double play through 3. Guilford leads 4-0.
Loving you is where it's at. You made me so very happy. I'm so glad you came into my
Look what you're missing!
It really don't matter to me. I'm just happy to be here. I might go crazy.
Welcome back here on Fox Field. The Quakers lead the Hornets 4-0 as we enter the top of the fourth. As you see on your screen, going back to the runners crossing on that homer, it was something that we rarely see in baseball, and obviously it resulted in an out and not getting all 3 RBIs. So that is why Guilford only had 2 runs scored. But they're continuing to do it now, as going to second is Bloom, and he will reach safely. So not even enough time to finish our thoughts, as Guilford has a leadoff double.
Hit number 8 of the game, Evan, for Guilford. This one was one of the softer ones here, as it's just a bloop single into right field for Carter Bloom. But so far, it's been that kind of a day for Guilford. Everything is going their way, and that goes back to the bottom of the third when Brandon Garcia hit a rocket, but just right at the first baseman, Harrison, and Guilford turns the double play.
It's going to be tapped, and Fiedler's not going to have a play, so runners on the corners for Guilford now with no outs. And going back to your thought, with everything really going their way, you think even from a defensive standpoint, we saw Carter Bloom had a nice play at second to get a throw over to first, and then the double play. It just seems that momentum is going to have to shift if the Hornets want to get back in this ball game.
Quakers have all the momentum right now, and just right on cue there, a little bunt single that Fiedler went out for and just could not quite grasp as he went down to get it. And when you're not getting the breaks, it does seem like a snowball effect. The snowball gets bigger and bigger, and I don't think the wheels are completely off here for Lynchburg, but they are in a challenging spot right now.
Top of the lineup, Bryce Vestal, the grad student from Jonesville, North Carolina, already 2 for 2 with a single and the homer. If you remember, that was that runners crossing situation. So it'll be 2 RBIs on that hit. Guilford leading 9 hits to 2.
Tough spot for Zach Potts. We know he doesn't get rattled, but when you see some balls getting blooped in addition to some balls that get hit hard and leave the ballpark, I think even a guy like Zach Potts has got to unsettle you a little bit, Evan.
Well, we mentioned before the ball game, the strikeout to walk ratio almost 4 to 1. He has yet to allow a walk, and maybe that's one of those situations where you're trying to get a pitch outside of the zone instead of trying to challenge a hitter. But we know with Potts' talent that he is certainly capable of retiring as he does there. Vestal goes down on strikes for out number 1.
Yeah, big punch out there. K number 5 for Zach Potts. He hasn't walked any, so that's a good thing. Although, I guess you could make the argument maybe Zach Potts should pitch off the plate a bit more to keep the hitters off balance. I don't know. That's a tough deal right there, too. Pretty good spot on the first one that I think just missed for ball 1.
One of those situations, that's a coaching decision that might change ball club to ball club, and especially in a conference as talented as the ODAC has performed this season. You know that all the pitchers are trying to make sure that they can keep their numbers at a formidable point. Potts leading D3 and wins, but he's going to have some work to do in this one as Michael Summer swings on strike 1. 2-1 count. One of those 3 Quakers that have started every game. Runners going, but it'll be fouled.
Just going back to that pitching off the plate intentionally, you know, a lot of teams do it. I don't know that you're necessarily just going to look in the 3rd inning, 4th inning, say, hey, he hasn't walked anybody. Let's throw off the plate more. It's already something that's been talked about and is part of the pitching plan.
It's going to be hit to second. Chance for 2. Garcia's going to get the throw over, and it is a very big 4-6-3 to end the top of the 4th. So score stays locked at 4-0 here on Fox Field. It's the Hornet half of the 4th. Coming right back on LHSN.
A lot of people go to the universities to find something to be a part of while getting their education. And when you come here, Lynchburg is that something. It becomes a family. It's what this school's really good at doing.
It's Lane, Neves, Hyatt here in the bottom of the fourth on Fox Field. Evan Gates and Kyle Haney taking you through the action. We got a doubleheader against Guilford as the Lynchburg Hornets trying to get back in this ball game. And it's going to start maybe with a hit up the middle. Cam Lane will have the Hornets' third hit of the ball game.
Crazy how much momentum matters in the game of baseball, Evan, because each guy's in there in the batter's box by himself, or the pitcher's on the mound by himself, but that momentum seems to matter. Guilford had it all. Lynchburg turns a key double play to end the inning. Cam Lane leads off with a single. Now it feels like Lynchburg's got some of the momentum back, doesn't it?
Very good point, and especially what we've touched on with Senior Day. This is the part of the game in innings 4, 5, 6, even 7 that the Hornets seem to really perform well in. Start settling in. You've seen a pitcher one time through, and especially if you have batters like Avery Neves, chance to make something happen, but a chance for two, and the Quakers will turn a routine double play.
So there's the momentum swinging right back to Guilford. It's almost like a trampoline effect. You're way up, you're way down. Guilford with outstanding defense today. They had the line drive double play to end the last inning, but a twin killing there has got outs 1 and 2 in the books in the bottom of the fourth.
Teams of this talent level, you have to think they're going to be big plays, but it seems like every single half of an inning, there's another big play that turns your focus. Now with Eric Hyatt batting cleanup, he's going to get one driven out to center. And it should be an easy play for Bowles. And Guilford, once again, will keep Lynchburg off the runs column. It's 4-0 on Fox Field as we head into the fifth.
College has given me the flexibility to pursue my passions and my interests, and I've recreated my identity for myself aside from just being an athlete.
My greatest personal discovery has been that I am capable of doing things that I didn't know I was capable of doing.
To be able to study what I wanted to and continue to play the sport I love, all of those things came together very nicely in one package in Division III.
At Lynchburg, we don't fear change. We embrace it. In our students, on our campus, in our community, and around the world. We're building on our legacy of always moving forward. It's the same place, with a new name. Welcome to the University of Lynchburg.
Welcome back here on Fox Field. It's a 4-0 ball game as we enter the top of the fifth inning. Zach Potts still on the mound for Lynchburg. I want to take a moment to focus on Lynchburg's pediatric cancer fundraiser. This is the Versus Cancer game in collaboration with the Pediatric Brain Tumor Foundation, and the PBTF has raised more than $30 million in research to increase survivorship, helps families with emotional support, information, and other free services. So 2 kids are diagnosed with pediatric brain tumors, and the time that it just takes to play a baseball game. So something we would love to raise awareness for and have some donations from the Lynchburg faithful. So to make a donation, you can visit lynchburgsports.com for the link. And Coach Lucas Jones has done an awesome job in raising that awareness about this fundraiser.
Yeah, Coach Jones has been really banging the drum for this organization for a long time, and he's got a great video on the Lynchburg social media destinations, which if you're watching this game, I'm sure you're familiar with those, as Isaiah Harrison will send one into left field. Avery Neves will come on to make that grab, Evan. But yeah, it's such a worthwhile cause too, and if you can help out, you can find that VS_cancer. That's the social media handle for the organization. Or as like you said, just go to lynchburgsports.com. All the info is there. And if you can help out, that would be great. And share it with your friends and all those sorts of things. It's just one more thing to talk about on a big day today as we're talking about the Guilford offense a little bit more.
Already double digits and hits. That's hit number 10. And for Wade, it's his first hit of the ball game. So Alden Horn DHing today. Excuse me, it's going to be a pinch hitter for the Quakers. It's going to be Jordan Burrow who steps up to the plate. So it looks like Horn's day will be done.
Yeah, Horn was 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts, and I think Zach Booker, the head coach for Guilford, trying to find the hot hand. So a pinch hitter in there. And we are in the top of the 5th inning, so that could have been just the schedule anyway. Sometimes we talk about that. Occasionally teams will have it planned out. Hey, Horn, you're going to get 2 at-bats, and then Jordan Burrow is going to come in for a few at-bats. Burrow's swinging at .341 average this season, 2 doubles and a homer. He went after that, but didn't get all of it. Looks like he will not leave the infield.
It's a towering pop fly, but Collins is there to retire out number 2. Mentioned the sun might be a bit of a problem in this one with the 12 o'clock start. The clouds are blocking it mostly here at Fox Field. We know that every single day you're playing a ball game, there's a different situation that you're dealing with, and the Hornets, it seems, have played through just about every type of conditions this season.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing about baseball in Virginia. You start in the winter, and it's cold and wet and snow sometimes and wind. You get wind all season long, and then by the end here, late April, early May, start getting some really sunny, nice days. We had a lot of rain in Central Virginia yesterday, Evan, but the field for the most part seems okay. I see some guys in the outfield sometimes, not that they're slipping and sliding, but it looks like maybe they don't just quite have the traction that you would on a completely dry deck out there. So that's something to think about a bit.
What's a time of the year that's obviously busy, not just for baseball, but for spring sports in general. So trying to plan travel can be a bit difficult, especially for these athletic directors. But you also consider the fact that the ODAC tournament is coming up. And in these coming weeks, as all the conference tournaments continue wrapping up, that can sometimes lead to teams wanting to prepare and keep their players rested.
Yeah, on that note, there was a game against North Carolina Wesleyan scheduled for Tuesday here at Fox Field, but that has been canceled. So the next time we talk to you, it will be in ODAC tournament play next week. We know Lynchburg will host regardless of what happens today in these 2 games. We'll have a home opening series in that ODAC tournament right here at Fox Field next week, Evan, but we'll fill in some of those details as the day goes on, as Colin Smith, the catcher, took some self-inflicted damage there on the foul ball. Seems to be okay. He's a catcher. He's used to getting beat around. Unfortunately, those catchers, they tip of the cap to anybody catching, for sure.
Sometimes you'll see the opposing catcher, too, take a moment, stand up, allow that batter to have a moment. But it looks like Smith is okay. 2-2 count with 2 down. Runner on first for the Quakers. Zach Potts has a chance to have 3 straight innings of shutout work. It's going to be hit down to Collins. He's going to have a long throw, and a 1-hopper to Hyatt will be out number 3. So solid work from the Hornets defensively, as it's still 4-0 heading into the bottom of the 5th. Ben Jones set to lead off for the Hornets. It's been a a very impressive performance from these Guilford Quakers so far, shutting out the Hornets through 4 innings, and Marcelo Resigliano, his 10th start of the season, a 7.46 ERA, but certainly outperforming what the numbers say, and he has done a great job of staying composed.
Gotta love what you're seeing from Resigliano if you're a Guilford fan. Pitching into the 5th inning here, so you're not only shutting out Lynchburg, you're saving your bullpen as well for some future work, maybe later on in this one or perhaps in game 2. Ben Jones is 1 for 1 today. Evan, that extends his hitting streak to 9 games in a row, 9 consecutive for Ben Jones with a hit.
Jones had the first hit of the ball game in the 2nd inning with a single. And this one has a chance to get out. See ya, Ben Jones has a solo shot to get Lynchburg on the board.
Benny Bombs strikes again. Ben Jones has his 2nd homer of the month of April. And for Ben Jones, it is homer number 6 on the season. Benny Bombs, good look at it there. Dropping the bomb. Payload delivered into the trees over the right field fence.
You said it best. There was no doubt about it. And you want to talk about momentum? This is a chance for Lynchburg to step right back into this ball game. And it's a nice snag from the 3rd baseman to get the throw over. Collins had good contact, but Wade at 3rd made a nice throw over for out number 1.
We'll talk about momentum again. Lynchburg seems to take some. Guilford takes it right back with a good sliding grab there from Wade. Wade was the new guy inserted when Ryland Smith went down, so Chase Wade with some good glove work on the left side.
He's had a few good defensive plays already. We remember he started off the first play that he was in at 3rd base, had a pop-up out in foul territory. It's going to be Harding, who might bloop this one into left, but it's going to stay up for out number 2.
Ball did just seem to carry there, Evan. I'm with you. Off the bat, it looked like it might drop, but it just sort of hung in the air. We don't have a lot of wind today, which is rare. Usually we talk about how much wind there is at Fox, but flag's not really blowing, so I don't know what held it up other than maybe Jackson Harding just hit it a little better than we all thought.
It's always a tough place to play, especially for opponents, and not even talking about fans or having to come to a ranked team's ballpark, but just the wind. Obviously, a lot of balls that might be hit out in other ballparks aren't going to get over the Fox Field fence. But with Holden Fiedler in the box, 2 down, and a 1-1 count, pitch is going to be low.
Fiedler grounded out to the 2nd baseman his first at bat. That was that good play that Carter Bloom made. Knocked it down, then retrieved it with the bare hand and threw out Fiedler by a step. Holden hit it hard, but Guilford's defense has been the story as much as their offense, I think. Evan, they've really done some outstanding stuff out there around the diamond, Guilford.
So many plays you can look back on, and you have to wonder if you're a Hornets fan, if even 1 or 2 of those gets into the outfield, how different the scoreline might look. But for Lucas Jones' squad, they're going to have to fight back. Fiedler's going to foul one with full count, 2 down.
About midway through the season, Holden Fiedler was leading Lynchburg in average, or maybe a third of the way through the season, I should say, and that average has dipped a little bit, but he's still over 300.
You can tell he makes some comfortable contact, and still batting .313, 11 RBIs on the season. We know that he still has that power. Full count. Once again, it's a 3rd in a row that he fouls off towards Wake Fieldhouse.
That's something as a pitching coach or whoever's calling the pitches, they're going to see that and maybe try to adjust on that. As a hitter, not sure you adjust really as a hitter. You're just trying to stay alive and get a good piece of metal on it. Hopefully, pitcher might lose one and you can drive it.
It's going to be hit to short. Should be an easy play for out number 3. Guilford continues to hold the lead, but Ben Jones hits a solo shot to right field, and Lynchburg is on the board. So 4-1 as we head to the top of the 6th.
My name is Sarah Watts, and I'm a computer science major. I chose to play softball at the University of Lynchburg because I came to friendlies and camps, and the team and the coaches were so welcoming, and after that, I knew this was the place for me. The University of Lynchburg has helped me achieve goals because through my classes, I do group projects, and I think that will prepare me for my job when I need to work with people. The person that has the most influence in my life would be my parents, because throughout my softball career, they have done nothing but support me. And when I have bad games, they always pick me up. And they're always the people that I go to for anything because they just know that they're always there for me. I like playing softball at the University of Lynchburg because the girls and the team, they're all super fun to be around, and they always welcome you, and they're always there if you need anything. And if you ever have any questions, they're the people that can answer them for you.
Top of the 6th inning here at Fox Field. It's Colin Smith, Grayson Tudor, and it will be Grayson Tudor, Carter Bloom, and Nick Bowles due up for the Quakers.
Yeah, real quick, Evan. Tudor is 0 for 2, but Bloom and Bowles are both 2 for 2. So Guilford with some serious production from the bottom of their lineup. And you can argue that's a big key as to why they hold the 4-1 lead. Shutout is gone after the homer from Benny Bombs, Ben Jones. But Guilford, I think you can say, still in command at the moment.
Give credit. As we hold that thought, it's going to be single out to Carson Atkins. So leadoff base hit for Grayson Tudor. That's his first hit of the ball game. But still give credit to Zach Potts, because despite the rough first 2 innings, he's really kept his composure, and 3, 4, and 5 have been shutout innings. So we know that he's seen just about every game scenario you can imagine, but you still have to make pitches and make sure you're not staying too far out of the zone.
Well, a great line you hear sometimes is, form is temporary, class is permanent. And I think you see the class of a guy like Zach Potts. Even though he may not have his A game, he's going to keep you in the game. He's going to pitch deep into games and be pretty effective. I know he wants more, swing and a miss on the hit and run. It'll be a stolen base, pretty successfully executed hit and run, as I think the swing bothered Fiedler enough he couldn't get a good grasp on that. But Zach Potts, yeah, he's keeping Lynchburg in the ball game. It may not be his A-plus stuff, but he's hanging around, and he's trying to give the team all that he has to offer on this Saturday in April.
So runner now on second, and that's a swing and miss for strike number 3. So Bloom is retired as Bowles will step into the box. Believe that is strikeout number 6 of the day for Zach Potts. And going back to the stolen base, this is a Guilford squad that doesn't really steal a lot of bases, but playing against a team in Lynchburg who has stolen 58 this season, you don't necessarily need that as an equalizer when your bats are as productive as they've been all season.
It's kind of that old school Earl Weaver mentality of, we're not going to run, we're just going to wait and hope we hit a couple doubles or a homer in the innings. And really that's been the MO for Guilford all season long, and it makes sense with the way they swing it. Why worry about the stolen base too much? Good snapper right there from Zach Potts to break that one out of the zone. 0-1 start on Nick Bowles.
That's something that is going to be crucial in this postseason. We know that even with Batchmore a few times, you'll see him get behind in the count. Some of the members of this Lynchburg bullpen, they get behind early, but they still get in competitive counts, and they're able to attack hitters after that. And really today it hasn't been too trendy. It seems like Zach Potts has just been throwing his stuff, but Guilford has been seeing the ball incredibly well. So again, if you're Potts on the mound, maybe you don't change your approach. You just have to continue being aware of the base traffic. It's going to be popped up into right. Who has it? It's going to be Harding for out number 2.
Top of the lineup back up. Now the challenge gets even tougher for Zach Potts, because this will be the 4th time that these Guilford hitters have seen him. There is activity in the Lynchburg bullpen, righty and a lefty warming up, and we'll see if we get to talk about somebody this inning or if it maybe waits until 7, 8, and 9 perhaps.
Very good point, and especially with Potts, who is also considered someone who can go far. You know, he's ready. It's going to be down, and Atkins trying to get it to the infield, but a run will score. And the Quakers, once again, have a 4-run lead.
It's another one. I think Atkins saw it. I think he broke well. Maybe the footing in the outfield is more of an issue than we think, because it just seemed like it was going to be in an area that Carson Atkins was going to get to it. But alas, it's in for a line drive single. Hit number 12 for the Quakers. Now we got more problems. Lynchburg has thrown a pickoff attempt away.
One of those situations you don't want one mistake to lead to another, but Potts is going to overthrow Hyatt at first, and the runner will advance to second. So after the RBI single, Bryce Vestal now stands at second base as Michael Summer is at the plate.
Just the second error of the game for Lynchburg, but they've had a few defensively that we could argue they normally make. Now, normally, that's kind of a tricky word to use when you say that, because you get some pressure, you get a tight conference game, the things that you normally do can be all of a sudden pretty difficult to do.
Stat sheet becomes a lot less important when it's this time of year with conference play, championship games potentially on their way, and it's teams in the ODAC who have been competitive all season. Maybe you don't see them from a ranking standpoint, but for example, with these Guilford Quakers, arguably the best hitting squad in this conference. And that's not even considering the fact that there were 3 teams in the top 10.
Yeah, I think the Lynchburg coaching staff did not underestimate Guilford at all. They went pretty deep into their scouting process to try to figure these hitters out. There's one sprayed foul by Michael Sumner. So you're right, maybe from a fan's perspective, you see the Quakers and you think, oh, maybe a couple easy wins. But the Lynchburg coaching staff definitely did not have that mentality coming in. 2 outs, 2 strikes. See what Potts goes with here.
Down the middle, and it's going to be strike 3. So Potts will get out of the inning, but the Quakers add 1. It's 5-1 as we head to the bottom of the 6th from Fox Field.
Being a part of the different activities and organizations that I've been a part of, I'm actually able to see myself where I'm like, hey, I actually can make a change. I'm one person that can make a difference.
Division III has helped me to develop teamwork skills, critical thinking skills, time management skills.
It's not just about basketball, or it's not just about school. It's about developing yourself as a person altogether.
We're back with you here on LHSN. Evan Gates and Kyle Haney as the Guilford Quakers up on Lynchburg 5-1. And it will be Carson Atkins to lead off this bottom of the 6th. We touched on it earlier in the ball game. Atkins in the 9-hole, but when you're batting over 300 and you're having the level of production that he has, essentially he's another leadoff hitter.
He's another power hitter, too. He hit his 11th double of the season earlier in this game. That's one of 4 Lynchburg hits. And the Hornets could use another one right here. 0-2 count quickly, though. Resigliano just chewing through the Hornets.
It's going to be fouled to the third base side. Absolutely. I think Resigliano just confidence is coming at a premium because you're facing a Hornets squad that is extremely talented from a hitting standpoint. Maybe they're not hitting the numbers that Guilford has managed to put up this season, but this is obviously still a formidable offense. And so to run through them so far with 1 run and 5 innings, you have to like what you're seeing.
Ooh,
that's going to hit him.
Yeah, Atkins is on. So that's a good start. Resigliano has kept Lynchburg at bay. And it is a Lynchburg team. They're over 300 as a team, Evan. They average over 8 runs per game. They can bang, they can swing with the best of them. So tip your cap to Resigliano. We'll see how long Guilford wants to stay with him. Doesn't look to be anybody busy in their bullpen at the moment. Resigliano pitching with a 4-run lead, but he has hit the leadoff batter.
Difficult situation on the mound, too, because he quickly went up 0-2, as you said, and then you hit a batter, allow the leadoff man to get on first. We'll have to see what happens. Atkins, a little bit of a big lead. He's going to hold it first.
Baseball is such an interesting game. When you get down multiple runs, you almost have to be more patient. You have to be more careful on the bases. You don't take risks, whereas it seems like other sports, when you get down, that's actually when you do take more risks. You take more chances and throw more of those long passes, and you shoot more three-pointers, those kinds of things. But baseball's the opposite. Pretty much just got to go station to station and try to hit your way back into the ball game.
That's why it can be such a difficult game, because you have to continue trusting the game plan even if things aren't going your way, and knowing that later in the ball game, the stats might add up. Lynchburg, a middle inning team that continues to find success, and then Ben Jones got him started in the 5th. It's an inside pitch to Brandon Garcia. Will bring the count to 2-2.
Garcia's got the 19-game hitting streak working. He's 0 for 2 so far in this one.
Chance to extend it. Resigliano with the pitch. And another chance for a double play. Throw gets away. Atkins will hold it second, so the Quakers will settle for an out at first. We'll have to wait for the official scoring on that. I believe that will be an error, either on the throw or the catch. But regardless,
well, they got an out. So it's and Atkins didn't advance. So it's not. It's just going to be a ground out. It's just a 3 unassisted put out. But to your point, Guilford's had that kind of a day where even on a ball they've thrown away like that, it hasn't burned them. It seems like the Quakers have gotten a lot of breaks today. It's another ball Garcia hits hard, just hits it right at the first baseman.
So many different situations that even though you don't turn 2, obviously you get your glove on it and make good things happen. It seems like every single time the Hornets have tried to put something together, they've just been unable to put something in the run column. But now steps in Cam Lane. Atkins still in scoring position. Official line right now, Guilford 5 runs, 12 hits, no errors. Lynchburg 1 run, 4 hits, and 2 errors. That pretty much tells the story.
Yeah, well, and defensively, I think Guilford has made some outstanding plays. Lynchburg has made some good plays with the glove, but they've had a few that you think, hey, they normally make, especially here at Fox Field. Undefeated at home is Lynchburg. But that 18-0 mark is really getting challenged right now, as we are 5.5 innings in. It's a 4-run ball game, 4-run deficit for the Hornets.
Great chance to start clawing back. Cam Lane, 286 hitter this season. 3-1 count. Had to think he would swing at it, but he fouls it back, so it'll be a full count with Atkins standing on second.
Elaine is 1 for 2. He got the 3rd hit of the ball game, and then he was erased on a 6-4-3 double play that Avery Neves hit a ball sharply, but right at the shortstop. Lynchburg's done that a bunch today.
And that's going to be strike 3. Resigliano continues to put together a phenomenal performance. And with 2 down, it's Avery Neves stepping in the box, the All-American.
It's another look. Fastball tailing up and away. Cam Lane can't lay off. He can't get anything on it. Second strikeout of the game for Resigliano. He went 7 innings last week against Bridgewater and didn't strike out any. Didn't walk any either, though.
Something you rarely see, especially in the current climate of this game. We know Lots of pitchers continuing to focus on velocity, try to speed things by batters. But with Avery Neves in the box, it's a big threat and a great start to this at-bat.
Yeah, Resigliano's coming after him. He's not pitching around the All-American, even with first base open.
Umpire doesn't like it.
Good setup pitch. 0-2 count. You go in the other batter's box with one, and now you can set up something else here. 1-2. See if Neves is up to the task.
The pitch. Neves will ground it to the shortstop. Long throw. Neves is going to beat it out. Showing the speed that he has. He's an All-American for a reason. And now runners on the corners. As Eric Hyatt, the cleanup batter, will step in the box. 0 for 2 on the day. But so far, hitting .367 on the season coming into this game. We know he's capable of putting something together.
Big spot for Eric Hyatt, who's really been a fixture in the starting lineup in the month of April. Didn't play a lot early in the season, but now Eric Hyatt really a mainstay for this lineup. It'll be a great time to punch the clock and go to work right here for Eric Hyatt.
Fouled back, and even in that at-bat against Neves, he still got off to an 0-2 count, and he's done it so much just attacking the batter early on. It's putting him in a good spot.
And that says a lot if you're coming after Neves with fastballs early in the count. So that tells you the confidence that Resigliano has at the moment.
0-1's going to be low.
Eric Hyatt, a sophomore. This will be start number 11. The bulk of them have come within the last month or so. He is really swinging a good bat. .367 on the season.
Getting lots of contact on it, just unable to put it in front of him as the count goes 1-2. Such an interesting way of looking at baseball is just knowing what pitches to swing at and when to attack. And I think Lynchburg, one of the things going into the postseason will be attacking and not just trying to make contact. And a chance there as it's going towards the wall, and it's going to hit the wall. Neves is rounding third, going home. And it's a 2 RBI double for Eric Hyatt. The Hornets are steaming back.
Back-to-back hits. Eric Hyatt with the bases clearing double. 2 RBI for the sophomore who was ready for the moment. There's that short, compact stroke there from Eric Hyatt that everybody loves. I think the Lynchburg players and coaching staff loving it as he hits it off the NCAA appearances sign. Lynchburg trying to make another one of those today. Marcelo Resigliano's day is done. He pitched effectively. He will exit with the lead. We'll get you the new arm in just a moment as Lynchburg fighting their way back in the game, down 2 in the bottom of the 6th inning. New arm is going to be number 6, Ty Clark. Ty Clark will make appearance number 15 of the season, Evan. So he is obviously a key option out of the bullpen. Ty Clark is 2-3 on the season with a 6.66 earned run average. So the sixes are wild for number 6, who is in the ball game for Guilford.
This is obviously a situation that you come in having a 2-run lead. You know Lynchburg is going to continue fighting back, but with the job that Resigliano has done today, you want to try to preserve the victory for your man and have a potential upset here at Fox Field. So Resigliano allows 3 runs, 6 hits, and as you touched on, he is capable of going deep in ball games, went 7 innings in his last appearance, and today he goes 5 2/3.
6 hits, 3 of them were extra base hits. Double from Atkins, double from Eric Hyatt most recently, and then the home run in there from Ben Jones, who, guess what, is due up now for Lynchburg. So that's part of the change there from Coach Zach Booker as well. Ben Jones takes Resigliano yard in his last at bat. Seems like a good time to throw a different look out there. And it will be an interesting matchup. You got a base open. Eric Hyatt stands on second with 2 outs. So that'll be part of the pitching plan as well for Ty Clark, knowing that, hey, this guy's swinging a great bat. He's 2 for 2 with a bomb. Let's not give in and give him anything middle that he can sink his teeth into again. Let's pitch on the corners if we have to, give him the free pass, and then we'll try to go after the next hitter, who would be Gavin Collins, due up if the inning can continue.
Ben Jones will step in. His last plate appearance resulted in a homer. He's 2 for 2 today and looking to add a third. 2 down runner on second. The Hornets continuing to cut into this Guilford lead. Runner is Eric Hyatt on second.
Good take there from Ben Jones. That's key right now. You're 2 for 2. You're feeling it, but you got to stay within yourself. Don't chase anything off the plate.
Especially with a new pitcher entering the ball game, you want to make sure that he's hitting the zone, because obviously if he comes in and throws 4 straight balls, you don't want to offer it anything outside. He's going to get one to hit. Does it stay fair? It's fair, yes. So Neves rounds third, or Hyatt will score, and it is a 1-run ball game.
Double number 7 on the season for Ben Jones. Seems like all he does is hit extra base hits. He hit his 6th homer his last trip to the batter's box. So it's 6 homers, 7 doubles. He's got 2 triples to go along with that, and Lynchburg is within 1. It's a 5-4 ball game with another guy who can really bang it around the ballpark, Gavin Collins.
Leads the team in at-bats this season. Eric Hyatt rounded third and scored on that one. So not only did he get the 2 RBIs, he scores a run himself. And Collins now a chance to tie the ball game. How crucial is it now, Kyle? And it's still the 6th inning, but you really want to take advantage of the chances that you get.
Yeah, Collins will just have to wear that one. I think he was ready for the moment. He understood the task at hand, but unfortunately he'll just have to wear that one in the back between the shoulder blades and pass the baton to Jackson Harding, another guy who is a veteran. He knows what the team expects of him right here, what he expects of himself, and facing a pitcher that might be a bit on the ropes, a bit rattled here. Double for Ty Clark, and then now he's hit a batter. See what he goes to Jackson Harding with.
Harding has come alive this second half of the season. He's batting .371, .446 on base percentage. A chance here for the Hornets. It's a strike as it grazed the outside part of the zone, 1-1 count.
Good pitch from Clark. You feel that momentum. It has swung back to Lynchburg for sure. We'll see how long they can hold on to it.
Big at bat for Jackson Harding. He gets contact. Will it stay up is the question. And yes, it is out, number 3. So Guilford maintains the lead, but it's just by 1 run as Lynchburg puts a 3 in the run column in the bottom of the 6th. So right here at Fox Field, we are in crunch time.
Great moments are born from great opportunity. That's what you have here tonight. That's what you've earned here tonight. This is your time. Now go out there and take it.
Zach Potts still out there for Lynchburg. He's got himself back in the game, or his offense has got Zach Potts back in the game. Lynchburg scores 3 in the bottom of the 6th. Some big ones. Here's Benny Bombs. Kept it in the ballpark this time, but it's a double down the right field line that plates Eric Hyatt. Eric Hyatt had a 2 RBI double right before Ben Jones, so the middle of the order getting it done. Carson Atkins got hit by a pitch in there, Evan. Avery Neves had an infield single. Then it was back-to-back doubles. Gavin Collins got hit by a pitch, ends up getting stranded. But Lynchburg really doing a great job in the 6th inning there to take some of that momentum back, get themselves right back in striking distance here. As you said, at crunch time, innings 7, 8, and 9. Lynchburg has been so good in these situations. They're going to have to be if they want to maintain the undefeated streak at Fox Field.
What's very rare that you're going to get all your runs back in 1 inning. So the Hornets getting 3 in the bottom of the 6th, something that could be very crucial at this stage of the game. And yes, Zach Potts still on the mound, and you have to think he's still confident in what he's throwing.
And he's facing the conference leader in homers, Isaiah Harrison, 2nd in average and RBI. And Isaiah Harrison has a RBI double in this one today. But it'll be a walk from Zach Potts. First one he has issued. We briefly touched on that. Control has been great for Zach Potts his entire career. And he has issued the free pass to Isaiah Harrison. Here comes Chase Wade. Wade did not start, but he is 1 for 2. He entered the game for Ryland Smith, who went down after a double, was into second base, and apparently tweaked something. Chase Smith is the closer for Guilford with 5 saves. I wonder if we'll see him at some point on the mound, but now that he's playing third base, that might throw a wrench in that plan for Coach Zach Booker.
So many different defensive alignments, and especially if you're a squad like the Quakers, who have a few players that will pitch and bat. Maybe not in the same ball game, but just throughout the season. That's something to consider if you're Zach Booker.
It's almost easier, as Wade fouls that one away, it's almost easier to be a two-way guy that starts than it is to be a two-way guy that comes out of the bullpen, because if you're in the lineup and the coach needs you to go get loose, sometimes you don't have that opportunity. You hope you're out there on base some, running around as well, but you might not be able to get the same warm-up routine as a non-hitter that's coming out of the bullpen. Lynchburg has a few of those they can go to. We have a few Hornet arms that are getting loose in the bullpen still. Ground ball knifed through the right side from Wade. The inning continues. A walk and now a base hit, hit number 13 of the game for Guilford. Zach Potts will pitch with runners on first and second.
As you mentioned earlier, action in the Lynchburg bullpen. Looks like they're going to wait as Potts continuing to try and fight a Guilford squad that just seems to have no quit in them. And I say that with the Quakers having a 1-run lead, but from the momentum shift of the last inning to still come back and have 2 runners on with no outs, it's a very impressive feat.
That was dicey there for Jordan Burrow. He squared to bunt. Potts ran the 2-seamer back onto his knuckles, and it ends up just being a foul ball. Evasive action there from Burrow. That actually could have been a lot worse. He could have gotten hit or popped that bunt up. Here's another attempt, same thing. That one got Holden Fiedler, the catcher, on the redirect. Should be an 0-2 count. I think it is. Potts really with a good way to make a bunt attempt difficult. Get that 2-seamer back in on the hands. Potts has done that perfectly. Saw Potts field a bunch of bunts last weekend against Shenandoah. Part of a 7 put-out day for Zach Potts, and then also got some assists and some strikeouts in there. He was very busy defensively last weekend against Shenandoah. Potts busy right now. See if Burrow shows the bunt again. 0-2 count. He does. Challenging there, and might have just missed. So now it's a 1-2 count, as Guilford still trying to sacrifice bunt with 2 strikes.
It'd be big if Potts can get an out here without allowing any sacrifice.
Burrow's going to try it again. Slides up to the front of the box, pulls it back on a breaking ball. Lynchburg has the bunt coverage. Hyatt, the first baseman, crashing. Jones sliding over to cover first. Garcia at second. Gavin Collins staying put at third base. 2-2 count. Early sack bunt shown again. And there it is. It's down. Collins will have to come off. Only play is at first base. Nice toss from Gavin Collins for the out, but the runners move up 90 feet apiece. 2 in scoring position with 1 out, and the catcher, Colin Smith, hitting.
For Burrow, that's about as perfectly executed as you could have asked for, because squaring away a bunt with an 0-2 count is no easy task, and not only having to do that, but pull the bat back for a couple balls. That was an impressive at-bat.
Yeah, it's a dice roll there. Give Jordan Burrow tip of the cap for executing it, especially after the first 2. Ran into his body and nearly hit him. Oh, get 1 out now. 1 away after the sacrifice bunt for the catcher, Colin Smith. Infield is in for Lynchburg. Outfield is regular depth straight away. Ball 1 from Zach Potts. Undefeated on the season, Zach Potts. He enters the ball game at 9-0, 1.96 earned run average. That'll take a little hit today, but hoping the big mark, the win-loss record, doesn't. Garcia diving after it backhand, can't get there. Run scores. It's a base hit, and now it's runners at first and third. Wade will scamper from second to third on the redirect. RBI infield single for Colin Smith.
Garcia, who was shifted over to the left a little bit. Nice job of at least keeping the ball in the infield and maybe not allowing 2 runs in that at bat.
Looks like a change here as associate head coach Travis Beasley has made the signal to the umpire. Zach Potts will exit trailing by 2. So his undefeated streak on the line. The Hornets' undefeated mark at home on the line here at Fox Field. Baylor Cumbie is on out of the bullpen for Lynchburg. We'll tell you more about it in just a second on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Baylor Cumbie has been active out of the bullpen for Lynchburg in the month of April. He has really emerged as a key option. 5 appearances in the month, Evan, and this will be appearance number 6 on the season. He has pitched really, really well. Baylor Cumbie has great stuff on the mound. The control was sometimes an issue earlier in his career, but not so much anymore. He's got it figured out. Batters hitting just a measly 207 off Baylor Cumbie this season, and he will be called into action in a very big spot here. So we're getting late in the game. Guilford holding on to the 6-4 advantage.
Well, Kyle, this is point of the game where experience will certainly play a role. This is a Hornet squad that has had its fair share of tight ball games, but obviously in the last few seasons also in postseason settings. And although this one isn't the official tournament, you can really feel it in the air that tournament time is coming.
It's got a tournament vibe. I totally agree with that. Lynchburg has been very, very good. They are 15-5 in games decided by 4 runs or less, and that's the old one swing of the bat adage, 4 runs or less. That feels like a close one. I believe in 1-run games this season, Lynchburg is 6-1. So you like the Hornets in a tight game. And that's an interesting stat, too. Baylor Cumbie Sends the first one in there just low and away for a ball. But that's an interesting stat because Lynchburg 15-5 in games by 4 runs or less. They've only got 5 losses on the season. So that tells you that all their games that they've lost have been close. They've been right there in the mix. Hornets haven't gotten blown out at all this season. Cumbie tried to come back in the inside part of the plate and just missed. So he's all around it here. Working the outside, now the inside, but both of those just off, and it's a 2-0 count for Grayson Tudor. 1 for 3 so far on the day.
And obviously, for a reliever coming into the ball game, it's your role to not only get outs, but to throw a new look at the offense. Batters haven't seen your stuff, haven't seen what arm angle they're getting and stuff, but for Cumbie, with 1 out, you also have to make sure that production comes quickly.
That one wide right, not as close as the previous misses, 3-1 count. Yeah, it's not always that the previous pitcher was ineffective. Sometimes you just want to change it up and give the offense a different look. Baylor Cumbie can do that. Big pitch coming here with 1 out, runners at the corners. Got it inner half. He's really working both sides of the plate nicely, like that from Baylor Cumbie. Count is full, 1 gone. Could be a running situation. Colin Smith is the catcher at first base, so probably not the ideal candidate to run, but you never know. Maybe a head start here with 1 out. That one's up and away, ball 4. Bases are loaded now for the Guilford Quakers and their second baseman, Carter Bloom.
Tudor didn't like the pitch before that was caught a strike, but able to hold off on the next one, and now the bases are loaded.
Carter Bloom hits .238 on the season. He's 2 for 3 so far today, though. Corners are in for Lynchburg defensively. Middle is a little bit deeper than double play depth. 1 out in the top of the 7th inning. Ground ball to Collins. He'll start the double play. Jones, catch, throw, got him. Big one there for Lynchburg. Tic-tac-toe around the diamond to end the inning. Guilford does score 1 in the top of the 7th, and the Quakers lead 6-4 through 6.5 at Fox Field.
Every great college has a great city. For Lynchburg, we are near urban areas with lots of restaurants, shopping, and events. Plus, we are one of the top schools in the area. Come see for yourself.
To them, the whole world looks like an opportunity, one to be seized, built upon, and made better for their sport and the people around it. To student athletes, every opportunity is a chance to change what could be and show the world.
Lynchburg turns a key double play to end the top of the 7th. Second double play Lynchburg has turned. Guilford has turned a couple double plays to end innings and get out of threats. It's been that kind of a game, Evan. All kinds of exciting stuff. We get to see things we never see. Holden Fiedler likes the first pitch he sees, sends it into left center gap. This is going to be 2 bases, easy for Holden Fiedler, and Lynchburg is in business to begin the bottom of the 7th inning. There's that momentum again. Guilford scores a run in the 7th, but then Lynchburg with a double play. You come out, turn on the first pitch you see, and the momentum has swung back to the Hornets dugout, it feels like.
Talk about getting energy pulsing throughout the dugout. That's a great way to do it from Fiedler. Just stays calm and drives one into the left field gap. For a second, it looked like in the outfield, Vestal and Bowles were unsure who was going to get the ball at the warning track, but hold Fiedler to 2 bases, and now Carson Atkins is up to the plate.
Strike one looking there for Carson Atkins. 8 hits for Lynchburg, 5 of them extra base hits, 4 doubles and 1 homer. This man Carson Atkins has a double. He'll hit this hard up the middle. Shortstop barely got a mitt to it. Fiedler's going to have to turn and scramble home, but he will without a throw, and the Hornets are within 1. Listen to the crowd come alive here at Fox Field, and the dugout for Lynchburg making a bunch of noise too. Nice job by Atkins to drive that ball back up the middle. That is it for Ty Clark. Pitching change coming up for Guilford as Lynchburg has the tying run on first base in the bottom of the 7th.
How about that? You see 2 quick hits in succession, and we've touched on momentum all day long. It seems like it's a situation that the Hornets could really use it, and a chance to continue adding on in the bottom of the 7th.
The new arm will be number 14. Logan Dotson into pitch. Appearance number 8 this season for Logan Dotson. Struck out 13 and only walked 6 in 12 2/3 innings. So Logan Dotson will get pressed into service with a runner on first base, and it's the top of the lineup for Lynchburg. So we talked about pitching change for a different look. What about pitching change to slow the momentum down? You give away or you give up back-to-back base hits. This is probably a great move here from Coach Zach Booker. Now you make Lynchburg wait a little bit. Hitting is contagious, but if you get some delay in there, maybe you slow down the other team just a bit. Could have been time for a new arm anyway, who knows? But I'm just saying it's an interesting thing to think about here as we really are in crunch time now, the bottom of the 7th.
Oh, you know it, and that's a great point as well, because the runner is still stranded at first for Lynchburg. So if you can get a few quick outs, can maybe put those 2 hits in the back of your mind. But what we've said about the bottom of the lineup all day long, it was Fiedler and Atkins who got it started, and now a chance for Brandon Garcia to step in and keep it going.
Garcia is still looking for the hit that would extend the long hitting streak. It's 19 games at the moment, but it's on hold. He is 0 for 3. Brandon Garcia has hit the ball hard twice at the first baseman. One of those resulted in a line drive double play where Atkins got doubled off at second. The other was just a 3 unassisted put out. This is huge right here for Lynchburg to get the top of the lineup back out there and a runner on first with nobody out in the bottom of the 7th inning. High pressure, high stakes at Fox Field as Lynchburg still undefeated at home, looking to keep that streak going and looking to hopefully secure a conference regular season title. Hornets come in at 17-3 in the ODAC conference. Umpire wants to take a little time here. Now we're set and ready to go. Brandon Garcia, the fabulous freshman from Durham, North Carolina. He'll take a look at strike 1. Good pitch there by Dotson. Get one over early. Get the count headed in the positive direction for you as a pitcher, and hopefully make Brandon Garcia have to swing the bat sooner rather than later.
Try to make weak contact here for your Dotson if possible. And obviously if you're Garcia facing a new pitcher, what we touched on in the other half of the inning, you're likely going to take the first few, try to get a feel, because warm-up tosses can only present so much information.
Probably got a little file, little scouting report on Logan Dotson. If you're the Hornets, get to see a good action breaking ball there from Dotson. But that one was in the other batter's box for ball 2. 2-1 count. Back-to-back breaking balls. The first one he threw was a little better than that one. Let's see if Dotson comes back with a 3rd in the row, or maybe it's fastball time. Yeah, it looked like a fastball that just missed up the ladder slightly. 3-1 hitters count here for Brandon Garcia.
Mentioned a chance to keep that hit streak alive. I think this is a great time for Brandon Garcia to do so.
Garcia kind of twitched it a little bit, but decides to let that one go for a strike. Now the count is full. No outs. Carson Atkins, speed at first. 40-plus stolen bases in his 4.5 or 5-year career. Not running on this one. Garcia, another one hard at the first baseman, but this one he finally got by Harrison into the right field corner. Atkins is going to turn around for home. Garcia will scramble back to second. RBI double, and we are tied. Brandon Garcia with the celly at second base. It was almost a 9-iron type of celebration there from Brandon Garcia. Let's watch it. Yeah, he had to go down at the knees and dig it out, rifled it by Harrison. Harrison had caught 2 shots earlier in the game from Brandon Garcia, but this one, the freshman finally gets by the wall over there at first base.
So many balls have been rifled through the infield today. You had to think that at least one of them was going to touch the outfield grass, and this might be the loudest we've heard Fox Field the entire season. And as Garcia still stands on second, the Hornets might not be done.
Cam Lane hitting with nobody out. Lane is 1 for 3 today with 2 strikeouts. Logan Dotson, I think, made a pretty good pitch there. Brandon Garcia just able to dig it out and rifle it down that right field line. Harrison had been doing fabulous things at first base, but he could not come up with that one. Lane will watch that in the dirt. 1-1 count for a grad student, Cam Lane.
Hornets now with 10 hits on the day, laced up at 6 apiece in the runs column, and we mentioned that middle innings magic, but the Hornets can get it done all day long.
Steep breaking ball in there for a strike. 1-2 count. Gotta like that action on that pitch from Logan Dotson. That comes from the sky. He's got a big break on it. See if Lane can fight it off. Garcia bouncing at second. Oh, Lane has been hit again. Yep, there he is, the career leader in hit by pitch at Lynchburg. Will take another one, this one in the foot. Not one that he was trying to roll into or gimmick his way to first base. It was just a bad pitch from Logan Dotson that Cam Lane didn't get out of the way of. And that is hit by pitch number 15 on the season for Cam Lane. And in the career, he's up to 59 times that he has been plunked by an opposing pitcher. Cam Lane is on board, runners on first and second with nobody out for the All-American Avery Neves.
I would argue that Dotson was fortunate that the ball hit Lane, because if that pitch gets away, Garcia's standing on third, 90 feet from home.
Very valid point that you make right there. Avery Neves. How many situations like this has he been in his career? Mr. Neves, the all-time leader at Lynchburg in homers, all-time leader in walks and runs scored. He's second in RBI, second in doubles. Any of those things I just mentioned would work right here for Lynchburg. First pitch coming from Dotson. That one nearly hit Avery Neves. That was that steep breaking ball again. It's got good action, but it seems to be hard for Dotson to control it right now. And that makes sense, Evan. You get under pressure, and all of a sudden for a pitcher, room for error is gone. You feel like you have to be perfect out there.
No pitches that you can throw away. That one's going to go foul. I mean, in a situation where you're up a couple runs, even if there's some traffic around the base pads, you can maybe waste a pitch or two trying to get the batter to bite. Not the situation here.
Nope, and the tension does something to you as a pitcher as well. Tension is just a killer in anything athletic, because all of a sudden you get a little bit tight, start squeezing the baseball, the breaking ball doesn't come out with the same spin, the fastball's kind of flat and a couple miles an hour slower, so staying loose is a big key. Neves times up that curveball and rams it into left field. Garcia is in. Lynchburg leading for the first time today. 7-6, Hornets on top, and they're looking for more. Avery Neves with another RBI. How about that for Mr. Neves? That is run number 173 that he has driven in his career. And Logan Dotson is done. We're going to get another new arm for Guilford. The Hornets bringing the sting in the bottom of the 7th. Hey, that bottom of the 6th inning was big too, Evan. This is kind of a continuation here. Lynchburg 1 in the 5th, 3 in the 6th, and now really piling on in the bottom of the 7th inning.
Well, when you have 5 straight batters reach base, you have a feeling that something is working well for the Hornets. And who better than Avery Neves to deliver what could be the knockout punch of this ball game, but we still have lots of baseball left.
Right man, right spot, if you ask me. Avery Neves delivering. And Wow, some other big boppers behind him, like Eric Hyatt, who had a 2 RBI double previously in that big 6th inning. And then it'll be Ben Jones, who is just a triple shy of the cycle. He's got a single, a double, and a homer in that order. Oh, no, it was a single homer double, actually. I got it wrong there for Ben Jones. But the bottom line is he is swinging a bat that is on fire. And Guilford will go to a different look in Isaac McGuire, number 11, out of the bullpen for the Quakers to try to keep them within striking distance.
McGuire coming in a difficult situation, obviously just having relinquished the lead. You really just have to hold the Hornets, but with momentum going as strong as it is, can be a difficult task. McGuire, this will be appearance number 10 on the season. High ERA, but obviously come into a situation like that, those stats out the window.
I think so, and I think if Guilford's going to him right now, you know there's some confidence there. As a pitcher, sometimes you can play the mental game and almost say, well, I'm playing with house money because the runners are the other guys. They're not going to go against my ERA. We've already given up the lead. So I think mentally all athletes will do that. They'll kind of play some mental tricks with themselves. But as a pitcher, anything you can get some confidence out of, and if that's what it takes, then go for it here. You get a look at McGuire's warm-up tosses. It is the submarine angle, maybe more of just a true sidearm there from Isaac McGuire. I think it'll be a challenge for Lynchburg hitters. We'll see how quickly they can get to it.
With Mr. McGuire on the mound right now, I think it's all about making one pitch and then another and just allowing things to flow over, because if you look at the base paths with 2 runners on, it's easy to get overwhelmed in a situation like that. And as you said, Quakers must have confidence in them.
Number 27, senior Dylan Fisher is the pinch hitter on senior day. A big spot right here for a senior. Dylan Fisher comes into the ball game facing the sidearm twirler. You hit on something there. The great ones do. They take it one pitch at a time. It sounds cliche, but that is, I think, what a lot of the best athletes do. Fisher will show the bunt. Look to be a true sacrifice there. Fisher might have got it out just a little bit late. We'll see if it's the same play coming up. So I don't think just necessarily a senior day, hey, let's get him in at bat concept for Dylan Fisher. I think Lucas Jones, the head coach for Lynchburg, has full confidence that Fisher can do the job. That job might be the sacrifice bunt, but he's in there for a reason right now. Dylan Fisher, number 27, hitting left-handed against the new pitcher, Isaac McGuire. Bunt shown again. Oh, Fisher got under that. Might be a double play. No. Lane able to scramble back to second base there. And Fisher, unfortunately, cannot get the runners advanced.
Might be a smart decision from Wade at third not to throw that, because obviously we've seen a few throws today go into center field, and that's not a situation you want to deal with.
All right, here he is, Benny Bombs. He has been explosive again today. 3 for 3, homer, double, single. Ben Jones could absolutely break the door off the hinges again here. He might not even need the extra base hit to do it. Just a single might be just what the doctor orders for the Lynchburg Hornets. They lead by 1. First time they have led today. Hornets trailed 2-0 after 1, 4-0 after 2. Scored 1 in the 5th. And then 3 last inning and 3 here in the bottom of the 7th. 1-1 count on number 21, Ben Jones, freshman, Durham, North Carolina.
With the ball rising from McGuire's arm angle, a little easier maybe to get under something, but you don't want to pop it up.
Jones went after that. That was a good pitch there. Inside corner for Isaac McGuire. Jones just fouled it off. 1-2 count. Yeah, got to stay within yourself. That's another cliche that you hear all the time, but it makes sense. For Ben Jones, you've already gone deep once. You know it's in there. You just can't force it. Can't try to do too much right here. Here comes a 1-2 pitch. Jones able to foul that one off. Shake of the head. He feels like he's on it right there. Nice. Love it from Ben Jones.
Well, Kyle, he's been on it all game long so far, and when you're trying to complete the cycle, you're doing something right.
Yeah, Ben Jones in his last 5 has been on it. He's hitting .529 in his last 5 games. We'll recalculate that during the doubleheader break here. We'll figure out now what Ben Jones has done in his last 6, because he's 3 for 3 today. Probably could do the math pretty quick here, actually. Yeah, he's 12 for his last 20, so there you go. What's that, 600? Is that right? 2-2 count. We're going to check the math. LHSN research team on it. Ben Jones into the gap, headed to the scoreboard. Did he get enough of this one? No, it'll bounce in. Fielded on one hop. It's another double for Benny Bombs, though, and 2 runs will come in. Ben Jones, double off the fence. Right man, right spot. Benny Bombs, explosive again, drives in 2. Lynchburg is up 3, 9-6, Hornet advantage. And that average is going to keep going up now. 4 for 4 day for Ben Jones.
Talk about playing for your teammates as well. Cycle on the line, you get one into the gap, and he's going to settle for 2 because a win in a situation like this might be a little more valuable than what the stat sheet says.
Great call, Evan. Great call. We're up here in the booth debating whether he could have made it or not. I didn't see if Lucas Jones had the stop sign or not. But, yeah, no, that's a great point. 1-0 count for Gavin Collins. All right, I think the door is off the hinges. Now Gavin Collins, if he gets an extra base hit, Hornets might feel like they're blowing the house down at this point. Sinker that missed inside. Ben Jones back to second base. 2-0 count here for Gavin Collins. He is looking for his first hit of the game. He was hit by pitch in his previous plate appearance. Gavin Collins has hit a couple ground balls at the third baseman. 2-0 count. Collins might be all in right here. Maybe so, but fouls it off for strike 1.
This game so far very reminiscent of what we saw against William Peace a little while ago, having those 2 back-to-back innings where you're almost hitting through the lineup. And same thing with the Pacers, a team that was very talented, brought the fight to Lynchburg as Guilford has today.
That's what the good teams do, though. Lynchburg, a little bit of a slow start, but a big response. It was like a red wave here. I know Lynchburg's in the home white tops today, not the red jerseys, but this has been an absolute joy to watch if you're a Lynchburg fan. If you're a Guilford fan, you got to feel like it was right there in your grasp for a bit. Quakers knew they were going to have to play a complete 9 innings. I don't think they just expected Lynchburg to roll over. Collins gets under that. Looks like it's going to be a relatively easy play for the right fielder. Jones is going to tag, and he will advance to third base, so 90 feet closer for Ben Jones, and there's 2 outs. Jackson Harding, the key man from Keysville, will try to maybe add a cherry on top here. Lynchburg leading by 3, but you could always use a little bit more, Evan.
Well, insurance runs are not easy to come by in games where you're playing very competitive matchups. And Guilford, we know that the starter, Resigliano, had a tremendous performance, but this bullpen a little shaken up. I still think the Hornets have really just come alive, and from an energy standpoint, so difficult to combat that.
Once you get behind the 8 ball, as far as the momentum goes, it becomes really, really difficult. 0-1 count here at Jackson Harding. Similar spot, but that one missed, 1-1. The LHSN research team, math department this time, has gotten the answer for us. In his last 6 games, Ben Jones is now hitting .619. .619 in his last 6 ball games for Ben Jones. Lynchburg's had that all season, Evan, where one guy gets really hot. The rest of the lineup, is still kind of hot, kind of warm, but there's one guy that just seems to be on fire. It's been different people all year. This guy in the batter's box has done it. Jackson Harding is really still on a tear. Got under this one. I think the inning's going to be over, barring a mishap defensively for Guilford. Yeah, they do pull it in, but it's a big one for Lynchburg. It is a 5-run inning on 5 hits, 3 doubles in there for the Hornets, and they snatch the lead, 9-6. And I think we're getting to see the jack out of the bullpen next. Hang on, fans.
Football has taught me a lot throughout my life. It's definitely had a huge imprint on who I am as a person. Competing at a Division III level created that opportunity for me to go to college. Not only was I the first one in my family to graduate college, but I was really the first one to even go. Being the first one, I'm breaking that cycle, and now that I've graduated, I'm not sure what's the next step, but I know I have a lot of doors open. And a lot of those are open because I played football and ran track here at Otterbein.
Think a private education is too expensive? Think again. At the University of Lynchburg, you can get a personalized education for the cost of a state school. If you're commuting and you get our top scholarships, you could pay much less. And you get all that without the hassle of giant lecture halls. Our faculty know your name here and do more than just teach. You might even do research together and plan out your next career moves.
Lynchburg's got a lot of cards they can play out of the bullpen, but they'll throw down the Jack. Jack Batchmore, one of the best not only in the conference, but the nation this season. He's on to try to close down another one. Lynchburg leads by 3. Offensive explosion in the bottom of the 7th. Let's recap it for you, Evan. Holden Fiedler, leadoff double. Carson Atkins, single that scored Fiedler. Double down the line from Brandon Garcia. That ball he basically hit through the first baseman. Cam Lane gets hit by a pitch. Avery Neves, single through the infield, RBI. The bunt attempt was popped up, but then Benny bombs into the right center gap for his second double of the afternoon. 4th hit of the game for Ben Jones. And just like that, Lynchburg is on top. They've scored all their runs, 5th inning and beyond. 1 in the bottom of the 5th, 3 in the 6th, 5 in the 7th. Offensive explosion for Lynchburg. They hold the lead and the momentum. See if Batchmore can close the door. There was an off-speed pitch that just fell out of the sky. It looked like the batter, Nick Bowles, was befuddled by that one.
Well, we've said 2 names a good bit here as this top of the 8th swings into action. Jack Batchmore and Ben Jones, ODAC Players of the Week last week.
There you go. That's what those great players do, don't they, Evan?
Seems like this part of the season we've touched on the fact that it really feels like a tournament game almost, but everything, just the atmosphere, the performances seem really elevated, and you got to think the fans love it here at Fox Field.
It's had that extra electricity and that extra edge to it, and the fans are part of that as well. We've had great crowd support. We talked about the Guilford crowd coming alive. They had a lot of folks that made the trip up here, so it's just a classic baseball vibe out there. Ground ball from Nick Bowles. Garcia fields at the belt, shuffles across and throws. Josh Jorman is in there playing first base, by the way, fans. And that is out number 1 of the top of the 8th inning. Bryce Vestal, he's got a homer and a single, 2 singles. Bryce Vestal is 3 for 4. There's just people having great days all over the ballpark here.
Seems like an eternity ago, but he was the one who had the homer that resulted in only 2 runs. And at this point in the game, you wonder how much of an impact did it have?
Well, thinking back to that one, if you joined us late, fans, it was a weird situation. That was actually when we had our technical difficulties, too. But we recapped it and showed what happened. Vestal going the opposite way for a homer over the left field fence that Avery Neves got close to, banged into the wall. The runner at first didn't know if Neves caught it or not. He was actually going back to first while Vestal was coming around. Vestal crossed him. So 1 runner is out, and Vestal gets credit for a 2-run homer instead of 3. And you're right, close ball game. Every run matters. How about that one? Another one where Jack Batchmore just befuddling and bewildering the Guilford hitters there with a breaking ball. Out number 2.
He comes at you with pace, as we've touched on this season. It doesn't seem that he's willing to really give you a break in the batter's box, and when you're one of the nation's best, efficiency is certainly not a question.
Batchmore got a win on Wednesday. He is 6-0 with 7 saves. The ERA is just over 1 for Jack Batchmore, and it is the 2nd best ERA in the nation amongst pitchers that qualify with enough innings. Batch has been out there a bunch this season. 51 2/3, so now he's over 52 innings. All that out of the bullpen. Sorry, Evan.
You have to think that he's hoping to go the distance. How about that?
Highlight reel coming right here. Brandon Garcia laying out, full stretch, fires across. He's doing it with the bat. He's doing it with the glove. The freshman phenom, Brandon Garcia, scrambles to his feet. Good stretch from Josh Jorman to end the 8th inning. Lynchburg on top, 9-6 over Guilford. have seen a little bit of everything in this ball game, fans. And we're not done yet. Kyle and Evan hanging out with you in one for the ages right here. Evan, I mean, really, we are not going to forget this game. Maybe ever, but certainly for a long time. We get another new pitcher for Guilford in there. Anthony Ortega in. Lefty. He'll be facing 8-9-1 for Lynchburg. This is the spot that got the big inning started in the 7th. Holden Fiedler led off with a double. There was more to come after that. Lynchburg has scored 8 runs in the last 2 innings. They'll look to give Jack Batchmore some insurance. I'm sure Batch is very comfortable with a 3-run lead, but a little extra cushion never hurts.
Well, you'd love to put an exclamation mark on this performance, and going into game 2, you never know what Guilford's going to come back with. Obviously, if they play anything like they did in the beginning of this game, they're going to bring the fight to the Hornets once more. But Fiedler, like you said, trying to put a dent in that scoreline and keep it going.
Lynchburg's defense a little shaky early in this game, but that diving grab from Brandon Garcia, as good as it gets. I know we're going to get another look at it at some point. And if Lynchburg holds on for the 9-6 win, or any kind of a win, I guess I should say, then it will definitely be included in our highlight package. Shout out and spotlight on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network team, because they're incredible, as always. Breaking ball in there for Ortega. I just want to see it again. It's a personal thing. I just want to see it again because it was so good. It was that good of a play.
Plays like that don't come around very often,
right,
especially at the college level. And as a freshman, for Brandon Garcia just to have the awareness and the athleticism, that's something that end of the season you look back on and you have to appreciate.
The head coach, Lucas Jones, calls the high school teammates Ben Jones and Brandon Garcia, you know, he calls them Batman and Robin, and that was Caped Crusader stuff. I mean, the only thing he's missing right there is the cape flying through the air to rob the base hit. And of course, Ben Jones, the other half of that duo, well, he's only 4 for 4 with a homer and 2 doubles. That's all he's done. How
Pretty
nuts
simple
is that?
stuff.
Freshman, right. Yeah, it's simple. They make the game look easy, though, really, don't they?
It's phenomenal. I think at Fox Field all season long we've been treated to some good baseball from the Hornets, but Ben Jones and Brandon Garcia, the middle infield, obviously just continue to impress us. And if they stick around with this Hornets program, as so many of these Hornets have the past few years, it's going to be special to see what develops in the Hill City.
This has developed into a long at bat. We've been talking about other guys the entire time as Ortega and Fiedler doing battle here. Ground ball left side, third baseman Ward on, strong throw, across to get Holden Fiedler for the first out. Carson Atkins is having a day. He is 2 for 2, double in there, and he was hit in his second plate appearance. See if Carson Atkins, the grad student, can keep the fire going and add that cherry on top. There's some shared information there as Fiedler goes back to the dugout. Maybe something to watch out for from the lefty. It's a big part of Lynchburg's game, too, the communication. And then, you know, Fiedler has seen it in the batter's box. It's one thing to have the scouting report going in, but Fiedler has given it the eye test. He's seen what it looks like, so good job to pass a word of advice on to Carson Atkins there.
He had a relatively large sample to talk about as well, and for Carson Atkins, a 2-hit day so far, also hit by a pitch. It's been a very big performance, just 1 hit in the last 6 ball games. He had a very nice streak going on middle of the season when those bats continue to wake up, and love to see him getting back on track today.
Jones and Batchmore, the reigning ODAC players of the week. Lynchburg has done that 6 times, and Atkins won one of those players of the week earlier in the season. It's been Jones, Batchmore, Atkins, Neves, Arrington, and Zach Potts have all gotten Conference Player of the Week awards. And days like this will go a long way to maybe getting some season awards for some of those 6 guys we mentioned and maybe some others as well. Check swing out for Atkins. And there is 2 gone in the bottom of the 8th inning. I say insurance runs are nice, Evan, but honestly, as a pitcher like Batchmore, a quick inning you might not hate, because then you get to get back out there and throw the ball more. You know what I mean? Your rhythm doesn't get disrupted. Back to great players will use anything they can mentally. I feel like Batch is that kind of a guy. If Lynchburg doesn't score, he's going to say, good, I'm back on the mound quicker. If they do score, he's going to be grateful for a little bit more breathing room.
Absolutely, and when you're an opposing team stepping in against Jack Batchmore on the mound, it's so difficult to really plan what your approach is going to look like, because not only is he working quickly, but he's having strikeouts in there as well.
Garcia lifts one to the right side. Tough play. Right fielder, second baseman coming on, and it ends up being the grab by Carter Bloom there. So the 8th inning is over. Lynchburg looks to close it out, remain undefeated at home. 18-0 at Fox. Let's see if they can finish it off. 9-6 lead for the Hornets as we head to the 9th inning.
Loving you is where it's at. You've made me so very happy. I'm so glad you came into my life.
Lynchburg leads 9-6, top 9 at Fox Field. Oh, there's a belter by Isaiah Harrison. He jumped on the first pitch, and that is long gone. Only question was whether it would stay in the yard or not. Isaiah Harrison sees it, likes it, and deposits it halfway down to the lake right there. All right, well, that makes it a little bit interesting. It's a 2-run game now. Isaiah Harrison, first pitch leadoff homer, and that will extend his conference lead in that category. That is dinger number, was it 10 on the season? No, it's dinger number 12 on the season, Evan. Yep.
If we ever needed confirmation that Hairston is one of the all-conference performers that he's been, that's a situation that have to appreciate the power that he has. But for Jack Batchmore, really have to come back and find a way to continue battling. It's still a 2-run lead. As you said, insurance can be a very big point of the ball game.
Yeah, it's pressure, but it's not too dicey just yet. There's a breaking ball that just missed for Batchmore. 1-1 count. A guy like Harrison, we mentioned some people like that would be trying to solidify their spot on the all-ODAC team at the end of the season, this final weekend. You put up some big numbers, you might do that. And Lynchburg trying to secure a regular season championship. Here's a bouncing ball to Ben Jones. He'll drop the hips, get in a good athletic position, catch, and throw to first. So there's the first out.
Next to the plate,
Some updates for you. Lynchburg, yeah, Josh Jorman is at first base now. Still Ben Jones at second, who makes the play there. Lynchburg 17-3 in ODAC play. Shenandoah right behind at 16-4. Randolph Macon right behind at 16-4. Shenandoah won game 1 against Ferrum 2-1, so they moved to 17-4. Randolph Macon is down 1-0 in the bottom of the first inning in game 1 against Roanoke. Ground ball up the middle. Jones got to it after a slight redirect from Batchmore, but it's an infield single.
I wonder if Batchmore doesn't get a hand on that if he's still beating out that throw, because it had a little bit of pace coming off the bat.
Yeah, it's an interesting thought. Batchmore actually got his bare hand on one Wednesday in the win against Greensboro, a ball that was a little bit more up the middle than that one even. And he tried to go for the cricket-style catch with the bare hand there. It is a pinch runner in for Guilford. And now the tying run is in the batter's box in the form of Colin Smith, the catcher for the Quakers. He's 2 for 4 so far in the ball game. Colin Smith, this will be his first at bat against Jack Batchmore. 9-7, Lynchburg by 2.
Can't get comfortable here if you're the Hornets. This is still a situation where Guilford is certainly in this ball game. You know that the momentum that the Hornets had might have started well off a little bit.
Batchmore misses in the dirt there, 2-0 count. I think he thrives in these pressure situations. I think his numbers this year would indicate that. His career numbers would indicate that as well for Jack Batchmore. 6-0 this season with 7 saves, all out of the bullpen. And he's pitched long. It's not just one inning closer stuff for Batchmore. He's gone in early in games. He's available anytime. And I think he'll even be available in game 2 after this one if needed. Batchmore's been that kind of a guy. He's got the mentality. He's almost that guy that needs the pressure to pitch well. Some guys are just okay with the pressure. Some guys need it. I think Batch might fall into that category. There's a strike. 2-1 count on the catcher, Colin Smith.
It reminds me a lot of what we've talked about with Avery Neves this season, because at the start of the year he was getting walked so often that maybe he wasn't seeing those pitches in the zone to hit. And now this is the time of the year where when you start swinging the bat, you want to see that production. So for Batchmore to have these reps, especially before the ODAC tournament, is very important.
Ground ball to Collins, throws on the move. They've got 1, they've got 2, and the Hornets have the victory. It's a 9-7 win for Lynchburg. 32nd victory of the season. Baylor Cumbie will get the win. Jack Batchmore gets save number 8 on the season. Lynchburg still undefeated at home, 19-0. And they might have just locked up a conference regular season title. Gavin Collins with the feed. Ben Jones, the turn. It's the 3rd double play that Lynchburg converts. What a win. Cue up Snake Farm. Hornets win again, 9-7. This is game 1 of 2, fans. So we hope you'll stick around for the second one. Quakers and Hornets will take about 30 minutes to let it hang out and catch their breath, and then we'll be back on with even more baseball coming up next on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. We're getting set for game 2 between Guilford and Lynchburg. The Hornets take game 1, 9-7. We'll take a look at some highlights. Benny Bombs going deep to get the scoring party started for Lynchburg. They were still down 4-1 at that point, but the Hornets offense would really get busy. Brandon Garcia felt like a day at the links with a 7-iron for him. There's Ben Jones going down low to dig one out for another double. Jones was 4 for 4 on the day. Lynchburg's defense came alive. Brandon Garcia full stretch and throwing across for a key out late in the game. And then it was Lynchburg turning their third double play of the game to end it and seal the victory. Still undefeated at home, 19-0 at Fox. Lynchburg moves to 32-5 on the season, and they get set to try to wrap up an ODAC regular season title here against Guilford in game 2. So Evan, if game 2 is even half as exciting as game 1, we're in for a real treat. We saw a little bit of everything in that one, and I'm sure we'll try to recap some of it as this one goes along, but I have a feeling game 2 is going to be interesting and noteworthy enough that maybe we might not have time for a bunch of recaps. We might be focused on this one.
Well, it's certainly a competitive matchup. The first one stayed true to character, and this is a Guilford squad that tested the Hornets in every aspect, especially coming out of the gates and hitting. They were in double digits and hits pretty much at the middle stages of this ball game and continued to fight, but Lynchburg just had a little too much, and Jack Batchmore in there to close things out for game 1. So for Lynchburg, obviously we mentioned regular season ODAC standings. A win here seals it pretty much, but you got to come out and play game 2, and after what was a very emotionally intense game 1, still got to come out and compete.
Yeah, Zach Potts gave up 12 hits, which is rare to see him touched up like that, but he pitched effectively and deep in the game. Really, despite not having his A game, Evan, Zach Potts got Lynchburg in a position to win. The bats came alive. Baylor Cumby out of the bullpen first, threw the ball well, and then it was Jack Batchmore. Did surrender a solo home run and another single in there, but Batch, as usual, slamming the door, and Lynchburg gets a 2-0 win. You mentioned the ODAC standings. Lynchburg still at the top of the charts now, 18-3. Shenandoah did beat Ferrum earlier 2-1, so they are 17-4, but the Hornets control their own destiny in that regard. If they can complete the sweep against Guilford, they would be the regular season conference champs. It'll be Wesley Arrington on the mound, another ace card that the Lynchburg Hornets can play. Arrington has been great this season. He's K-ing over 10 batters per game, almost 11 per game. Hitters hitting just .218 against Wes Arrington. His battery mate today will be Sean Pokerock doing the catching duties for Lynchburg.
Arrington all season long has just come out. As we said, it's about competing, keeping this rotation alive. This is a starting rotation that has not only been able to win, but doing it in a dominant fashion. And we know that Lynchburg is second in team ERA in Division III, just second to Dubuque, who is in first. So it's going to be a treat.
Watch out, long fly ball from Bryce Vestal. He goes after one and parks it. Home run for Bryce Vestal to lead off the ball game in fine fashion for Guilford. And for Vestal, it's the second homer of the day. He sent one out opposite field in the first game, and there were some strange circumstances surrounding that one, but this one, he won't have to worry about crossing any runners' paths on this one. Bryce Vestal, the solo shot to begin the game, an early 1-0 Quaker lead.
Well, Kyle, he wasted no time on that one, and before we could even really describe what's going on, he puts one out in right field. And so for Guilford, once again, getting a quick start with the bats, it's really just going to have to be the same approach of getting out quickly and trying to make the Hornets feel the pressure.
The team offense was something for Guilford that we were really talking about, and other coaches have been raving about it. Guilford swings the bat. It's now 41 homers on the season, I believe, for the Quakers. We've still got the bulk of this game to go as Michael Sumner fouls one off. It's a 2-1 count. Vestal leads off. Summer hits second and plays short. Isaiah Harrison, who homered in game 1, is hitting third. Chase Wade fourth. Grayson Tudor, Jordan Burrow, Nick Bowles, Carter Bloom, and then new catcher in there is Owen Smith for Guilford. So Two changes. We saw Chase Wade last game. He wasn't in the starting lineup. Same thing with Jordan Burrow, but they are starting in this one. There's a bloop single for Michael Sumner. And all of a sudden, it appears to be a good start again for Guilford. They jumped out to the early 2-0 lead in game one. They were on top 4-0 after 2 innings.
Been using right field to their advantage, and a chance for 2 here.
Garcia gets the first one himself, throws across, and he got another one. Lynchburg with another double play, turned 3 of them in game one, and they all came at key moments. Guilford turned some key double plays as well, but Lynchburg gets one here. Brandon Garcia, right place, right time, steps on it with the right foot, and then lasers it over to Josh Jorman at first. So there's 2 gone, and that seems to calm the nerves just a little bit for Hornet fans who are here in abundance. Had a great little pregame meal going on up there, and I think even some of the Guilford Quaker fans were treated to the good food. They have traveled well, and they have a nice crowd in attendance as well, and we know we got a lot of people listening and watching, Evan, especially this game key for conference standings and key in the National Division III baseball picture as well. Arrington's got 2 quick ones and now a third strikeout to end the first inning, but it was a successful one for Guilford. The leadoff homer from Bryce Vestal gets them on the board. 1-0 Quakers after the top of the first.
Look what you're missing.
It really don't matter to me. I'm just happy to be here. I might go crazy.
A lot of people go to the universities to find something to be a part of while getting their education. And when you come here, Lynchburg is that something, it becomes a family. It's what the school's really good at doing.
Jacob Phillips will be the starter for Guilford. We saw great starting pitching in game one for the Quakers from Marcelo Resigliano. It was supposed to be Marcellus Jackson to start for Guilford. He had been the other weekend starter for the Quakers, but he actually got hit by a loose baseball in pregame and is going to be unable to start this one. We don't know if Marcellus Jackson will be unable to pitch at all, Evan. We'll try to get some info on that. And Lynchburg coaching staff did offer Coach Zach Booker from Guilford to push the game back and give him more time to see if he could recover, but they already had a backup plan in place with Jacob Phillips. So Phillips gets the ball, and we'll see what he can do against a potent Lynchburg offense that scored all their runs in 6, 7, 8 last, or actually the 5th, 6th, and 7th last game. Lynchburg coming alive there to get the win.
Well, as you mentioned, with the pitching matchup, baseball is one of those games you can only predict so much, and coming out ready to play, you have to really use the cards you've been dealt. And so for Guilford, you know you were in game one. This is a Hornets squad that, despite being able to come back, they certainly had to feel the pressure. And I think if you're the Quakers, you just come out again and continue staying disciplined, being patient, and getting good at bats on your side of the inning.
Quakers lost outstanding freshman Ryland Smith to an injury in game one. He had a double, and you could tell when he got to second base that he had some discomfort. The athletic trainers came out. Ryland Smith, unfortunately, was unable to stay in the game, and he was a guy hitting .429 on the season. Ryland Smith still is, even despite that, in the conversation for the ODAC Rookie of the Year, but unfortunately he is not in the lineup at the moment for Guilford. So they've had some strange circumstances and injuries, but that's why the coaches always give you the cliche about everybody needs to be ready to play and all those things. And it's true, you never know when you're going to get forced into action like Jacob Phillips is here. Phillips has started 5 prior to this, so not a complete unknown as Brandon Garcia will go the other way. Shortstop on it, throwing across. That's Sumner to get Brandon Garcia at first base.
Touched on the 2 high school teammates, and they're going to be batting back-to-back today as Ben Jones steps in the batter's box. Had about as monster of a performance as you could have imagined in that game 1, going 4 for 4.
Homer and 2 doubles included in there. Ben Jones on an absolute tear, and now in his last 6, it's 13 for 21 for Benny Bombs. 13 for 21. That's 619. And he's got multiple extra base hits in there as well. It looks like in the month of April now, Ben Jones has 5 doubles, 3 triples, and 2 homers in the month of April. Those are unofficial statistics. Anything I say is unofficial, Evan. But any way you slice it, Ben Jones is on an absolute tear, and you know Jacob Phillips is going to be very careful with him as a breaking ball comes in there for strike 2. 1-2 the count now on Benny Bombs with 1 away in the bottom of the first.
Every time he's in the box, he seems to make something happen, and even if it's an out, it's a productive one.
He'll send one the opposite way. Michael Sumner with back-to-back ground balls in his direction and back-to-back 6-3 putouts for Guilford. 2 gone for the All-American Avery Neves. Number 30 steps in the box. He was 2 for 4. He's kind of quiet when Neves only hits singles, but still very productive day. Swinging the bat for Avery Neves in game 1.
One thing to appreciate about Garcia and Jones, we mentioned speed being a factor for this Lynchburg team. 58 stolen bases on the season. Neves has a loud foul ball. You have to consider the fact that it's not only stolen bases that can come to your advantage from a speed standpoint, but it's about getting out of the batter's box. And one thing from Garcia and Jones that you love to see in freshmen is how quickly they drop the bat and run, making even routine outs like that one into close plays.
Yeah, they really get down the line. Hard 90s is the buzz phrase that everybody throws around these days. And Lynchburg does that up and down the roster. They really run the bases well. 0-2 count on another speedster, Avery Neves. He'll slap this one into center. Center fielder broke back initially, but Nick Bowles will now step forward a few, and it's a 3-up, 3-down inning. Quakers lead 1-0 after 1 complete at Fox Field in Lynchburg.
College has given me the flexibility to pursue my passions and my interests, and I've recreated my identity for myself aside from just being an athlete.
My greatest personal discovery has been that I am capable of doing things that I didn't know I was capable of doing.
To be able to study what I wanted to and continue to play the sport I love, all of those things came together very nicely in one package in Division III.
Getting ready to start inning number 2 in game number 2 in our final regular season home game. Evan, we will get some conference tournament action here at Lynchburg. Just don't know the opponent or what the seed for the Hornets will be just yet. If they win this one, they will be the number 1 seed. They will lock up a regular season title. A lot of work to do, though, as Guilford leads at 1-0. Another fast start for the Quakers. It was the leadoff homer from Bryce Vestal. This is Grayson Tudor in there. He'll be followed by Jordan Burrow and Nick Bowles due up in the top half of the second inning.
All around from Guilford, I don't think you can complain too much from a bat standpoint, because even some of the plays that they were making, obviously we knew they had some very nice fielding prowess throughout, but it just seemed that there was so much loud contact that it was bound to pay off at some point. and especially the top of this lineup, but even spots 7, 8, and 9 able to contribute.
Yeah, Guilford really swings the bat well. It is somewhat surprising that Zach Potts was able to strike out 7 with the way the Quakers do throw the metal around. Here's a bounding ball that Ben Jones will catch at his chest and fire to first for out number 1. Grayson Tudor is gone, and here comes the designated hitter, Jordan Burrow. He subbed into the game in game 1. We saw Jordan Burrow put down that nice sacrifice bunt with 2 strikes, which is a little bit rare and somewhat tough to do, but Jordan Burrow was up to the task. Ended up being 1 for 2 in the game off the bench for the Quakers.
Always have to wonder how many times that's practiced outside of the game, because as we've mentioned with so many things in baseball, you really have to have game action to experiment and be able to find out what you're doing well. And with 2 strikes, to be able to lay out a bunt as well as he did, had to think that there was some talk before he did it.
Sure, and he laid off a couple pitches too. If you remember, Zach Potts, I think, snapped a pretty good slider that Jordan Burrow pulled the bat back on and did not offer at. So yeah, it's tough. You know, you're going to practice your bunting, obviously, but it's hard to simulate that 2-strike close game, final weekend of the regular season feel. I guess you do the thing where if you don't get the bunt down, you got to run a lap or something like that. There might be some value in that, putting some kind of a constraint in there as far as your bunting drills go. But it was just a really good play that you don't see a ton of. 2-2 now as Burrow slaps 1 foul. And Wes Arrington will reset. He's given up 2 hits, homer, and then a bloop single that followed the homer. But then the double play, and then a strikeout to end the first inning. Here's a ground ball from Burrow. Garcia on the move. Nice pick from Josh Jorman over there at first base. Eric Hyatt played first in game 1, and he had a couple plays that he did not make early, but Eric Hyatt was very solid later on in the game. And there you see the always ready Josh Jorman, a little backhand side 5 scoop to dig that one out for Brandon Garcia.
Jorman is a vacuum cleaner over there at first. Seems like anything in his vicinity he's going to hold on to. Talk about consistency going into the tournament. That's another thing. If you have somebody at first that you trust, even just preventing errors, if it's a bad throw, maybe not getting the out.
Arrington's going to get a chopper, underhand toss, pretty easy. 3 up, 3 down to end the top half of the second. Guilford leading 1-0 at Fox Field on the campus of the University of Lynchburg.
At Lynchburg, we don't fear change. We embrace it. In our students, on our campus, in our community, and around the world. We're building on our legacy of always moving forward. It's the same place, with a new name. Welcome to the University of Lynchburg.
Riley O'Donovan leading off for the Hornets in the bottom of the second. He'll be followed by the catcher Sean Pokerot, Gavin Collins next. It's 4, 5, 6 for Lynchburg. They went down in order in the bottom of the first. Guilford did the same in the top of the second. And it's a 1-0 Quaker lead in game 2. Lynchburg got the victory in game 1, 9-7. Conference record up to 18-3 now for Lynchburg. Overall record 32-5, and the home record 19-0. Perfect so far at Fox Field.
Hoping to keep it that way in what will be their final regular season matchup at Fox Field. In the box right now, Riley O'Donovan, one of the Hornets we didn't see in game 1. Junior from Reston, Virginia, batting .282 on the season. And we've seen him in many roles. He does some of the catching work as well. Today he is the designated hitter with man following him up, Sean Pokerock, behind, doing the catching duties.
1-2 count. Jacob Phillips, the pitcher for Guilford. Sharp breaking ball there, and a good take by Riley O'Donovan. Good spit. That's another one that you'll hear from the dugouts, which it goes back to an old school saying of spit on that breaking ball rather than swing at it. Just let it go by. So it's not a bad phrase if you're not familiar with that one, fans, and it definitely doesn't have anything to do with the saliva coming out of the mouth. It just means you made a nice take on a good pitch and you laid off of it. But it's just gotten shortened to good spit over the years. It's almost like the Australian good day, you know? Instead of saying good day, you just shorten it. Here's O'Donovan. Didn't get a lot of it, but it's perfectly placed into center field for hit number 1 for Lynchburg. Riley O'Donovan is aboard with nobody out.
Perfect work there. He doesn't try to do too much, just bloops one to the right center, and now trying to set the table for Pokerock behind him.
It's going back to Lynchburg at home here. Evan, I love throwing these numbers out, but it's 19-0 now this season at home. Lynchburg in the last 2 years, 40-2. 40-2 at Fox in the last 2 seasons. And we had another little statistical note from win number 1. That's Lucas Jones' 150th win here at Lynchburg. So congrats to Coach Jones for passing another milestone. I'm sure many more to go. He's closing in on 300 all-time wins in college. Lucas Jones spent a couple seasons at Washington and Lee, and before that he was at Patrick Henry Community College. But back home where he wants to be, Lucas Jones, the outstanding player for the Lynchburg Hornets. I still think we don't talk about that enough. He actually gets mad at me when I talk about him as a player because he wants to focus on the current players. He wants the conversation to be about the guys in uniform now, not him. Which makes sense. He's a humble guy.
He's one that you love if he's leading your ball club, and especially situations all season long, it just seems like he always has a handle on it, whether it's a win or loss or just trying to plan ahead. Lucas Jones has certainly been a good captain for the ship.
Yeah, I could spend all game talking about Lucas Jones and how much I love what he does as a coach and a person. But again, he'll get mad at me if I talk about him too much. One day I'm just going to do it anyway and let him be mad. 3-1 count for Sean Pokerock. Could be a double play chance here. Both these teams have been doing this all game long. Yeah, there's another one. Quakers infield turns it around, 4-6-3. 2 for the price of 1 ball as Gavin Collins will hit with nobody on base and 2 outs in the bottom of the second.
The fielding all day, and while that's a routine play, it's just so tough to continue producing, and what these teams have been able to do proves that end of the season you've really nailed down your fielding, and we've said it time and time again, tournament time is here. You have to be playing your best baseball.
Yeah, and if you can just have that knack for coming up with those big plays when you need them, like we have seen from both these squads today, it's just something as a pitcher you feel so good about, too. You always hear you're only 1 pitch away when a guy gets on, and with defenses like this, you really are. It just gives you so much confidence. Throw one in there, let a guy swing on it. Hopefully he hits it at one of your buddies. And all of a sudden you do get 2 for the price of 1. It's a breaking ball that missed from Jacob Phillips. I think it allows you to not get rattled when teams do have those big innings because you believe it. You believe that your team could turn the double play at any moment, as long as the double play's in order, of course. Inside target coming up here. Missed away, so Phillips a little wild here in this at-bat to Gavin Collins. 3-1 count with 2 outs in the bottom of the second.
It's all about maintaining composure, whether you're on the mound, in the box, or out in the field. These guys just continue to know what's expected of them. Strike in there to Collins, so full count.
I don't know if it was a changeup from Phillips, but Collins just hesitated a little bit. I think Phillips might have just taken a little bit off there. It's full now with 2 outs. Third baseman Gavin Collins, junior from Clifton, Virginia, will take that one for ball 4. So the Hornets have gotten 2 on this inning. Double play erased Riley O'Donovan, who led off with a single. Josh Jorman, first baseman, stepping in. He's had a very, very good season. Evan, I'm sure you have seen the numbers, but 375 for Josh Jorman. He's driven in 21, 11 walks to only 6 strikeouts. He's one of a handful of Lynchburg hitters that have more walks than Ks, and that's a good number to look at. Jorman will swing on the first one and bounce it through the hole. Collins running hard, good turn around second, and it will be first and third now for the Lynchburg offense as Josh Jorman hacking at the first one he sees, and it's the second hit of the inning and the game for Lynchburg.
Talk about Josh Jorman getting it done, and that's not even considering what he's done on the mound this season. But he makes that hit into right field look extremely easy. Now a chance for Logan Webster to drive home a run early in this one.
Lynchburg offensively so cool because they have so many different combinations they can go with, so many guys that have been playing well all season. You only get 9 in the starting lineup, but Lynchburg's done a great job balancing it out. Guys like Logan Webster getting a lot of opportunities. He'll show the bunt early. Might have got a sign wrong there, maybe. Kind of an interesting reaction from Coach Lucas Jones. It is strike 1. I thought maybe it was a show bunt and then Jorman was going to steal, try to keep the catcher back, get the infield moving around a little bit. Now they will throw over and keep Jorman close at first base. Gavin Collins is at third for Lynchburg.
Especially with a runner on third, I think that's a good thing to consider. You know that Lynchburg enjoys trying to increase the base traffic.
0-2 now on Logan Webster. Breaking ball in from Jacob Phillips. 2 outs. Runners on first and third. Big pitch coming from Phillips as Webster will foul it away. Logan Webster had a triple on Wednesday against Greensboro. That was a pretty exciting play as he was just flying around the bases. Could barely see him coming from home plate all the way to third base. 0-2. And I think Jorman will take off. Oh, he's going to get hung up in a rundown. Hornets are going to get the run across. So the play worked. Let's see if Jorman can escape the out. Yeah, he is tagged out right there. The run does count. Lynchburg ties it up 1-1 on the first to third steal play. Quakers get out of it, and we are knotted after 2 complete at Fox Field in game 2 between Lynchburg and Guilford.
My name is Sarah Watts, and I'm a computer science major. I chose to play softball at the University of Lynchburg because I came to friendlies and camps, and the team and the coaches were so welcoming, and after that, I knew this was the place for me. The University of Lynchburg has helped me achieve goals because through my classes I do group projects, and I think that will prepare me for my job when I need to work with people. The person that has the most influence in my life would be my parents because throughout my softball career they have done nothing but support me, and when I have bad games they always pick me up, and they're always the people that I go to for anything because they just know that they're always there for me. I like playing softball at the University of Lynchburg because the girls and the team, they're all super fun to be around, and they always welcome you, and they're always there if you need anything, and if you ever have any questions, they're the people that can answer them for you.
Lynchburg gets a run on the double steal, the first to third steal situation as Josh Jorman gets hung up in the rundown long enough to let Gavin Collins come across. And you see Guilford's defensive plan there. That's a called coverage, and they're content to take the out and sacrifice the run early. Now, if you're late in the game, and that's the tying run, you're probably going to let Jorman take second with more emphasis on keeping Gavin Collins at third base. So, interesting little baseball play there. Lynchburg does tie it up 1-1. Here's an out front swing from Carter Bloom. The second baseman will poke that one foul, and now it's an 0-2 count. Wes Arrington still out there for Lynchburg.
Bloom this season batting .238, on base percentage of .385.
Away target from Poker Rock. Target acquired, and Arrington's got strikeout number 2 of the game. 1 away in the top of the 3rd.
Now batting number 21.
I want to go back to your point, too, about that runner getting home. I think it's always an interesting coaching decision because you'll see some coaches that'll want to get that out right away, but we've seen so many errors throughout the season coming as a result of either rundowns or the steal to second. You see that overthrow into center. So maybe a smart decision there on the fly just to get Jorman going to second.
Some of it was the count, the count as well, right? Because Logan Webster fell behind 0-2, so not that he can't get a base hit, but your percentages go down a little bit just based on the fact he got 2 strikes. So that's part of the reason Lucas Jones calls it there. The play you used to see a lot more is the runner from first breaking early to try to get the pitcher spun around. Some people even would call that a forced balk kind of play. You're trying to get the pitcher to twitch and step off and start running around, turn his back on the runner, those kinds of things. You don't see that one as much anymore. That one just a straight steal that time from Josh Jorman. But it's one that I think a lot of people still have in there, as this ball will get laced through the middle by Owen Smith, who is doing the catching in game 2. That is hit number 3 of the ball game for Guilford. And it brings up the leadoff man, the very dangerous Bryce Vestal. He's 1 for 1 with a homer already in game 2.
It's about as good as you can get through one at bat in a ball game, and when he turned on that one, pulled it into right field, there was no doubt about it going over the wall.
Second homer of the day for Vestal. He's hit one to left, he's hit one to right, now he's flared one down the left field line again, but it's foul. So Vestal, I guess if he can pump a homer out of dead center, then he's got the triple crown of home runs going on right now. But he is outstanding and a very, very fun player to watch for Guilford. Not so much fun to hit against. He led the team in average last season, led them in hits, runs, and RBI. So statistically, he had a much better season last year for Guilford, but he's making up for lost time in this game, or this day, rather, game 1 previously and now game 2.
Well, you can tell, even if the numbers look a little different, right there going into center. Power doesn't leave. It's going to be a close play at third, but a single for Vestal, and continuing the strong day, the display of power, Mr. Mack Truck getting through first.
Bryce Vestal, he is absolutely wired in. 3 for 5 in the first game. He really, actually, interestingly enough, struck out twice in the first game. Credit to guys like Zach Potts and Jack Batchmore that struck him out. But it's a 5-hit day right now working for Bryce Vestal. 2 homers in there. And he is 2 for 2 in game number 2. And now all of a sudden, there is a big threat on here after back-to-back singles for Guilford. Runners at the corners with 1 out. Wes Arrington's going to have to dig in and dig deep. Maybe another double play ball coming. That would be something right up the Hornets' alley. Strike 1 from Wes Arrington.
If you can't get that double play right now, you want a punch out or a pop up. Try to keep the runners where they're at. I know that Guilford does a phenomenal job of just getting hits into the outfield, whether they're outs or whether they're productive for a hit.
Yeah, they've gone right back up the middle with their last 2 hits, so that's a sign of a good hitting approach, a sign of on-time swings. This one jamming Michael Sumner, who is 1 for 1 so far in the game. 0-2 count, Wes Arrington. Start number 25 in his career. Game number 34 in his career, so he's certainly been in a situation like this before. I think Wes Arrington about as even keel as they come as well. He's right along the lines of Zach Potts as far as the steady mentality out there. Those starting pitchers really seem to have that more, Evan. There's exceptions. Max Scherzer comes to mind as far as starters who have the intensity, but for the most part, your starters are going to be pretty even keel. They're going to be a 2 or a 3 or a 4 on the intensity scale, and then the deeper you go into the bullpen, the more intense they get. When you finally get to the closer, he's like an 11 on the 10-point scale. You know, the closers are nuts. You know what I mean? Well, there's some exceptions, but
oh, absolutely. But it might correlate with when they come into the ball game, because obviously, if you're starting to have energy, oh, there's a rundown. Hold that thought.
Jorman shoots it to Garcia, and now Lynchburg is going to get virtually the same situation that they just scored a run on. They'll end up taking the out. Vestal is tagged out as Owen Smith scampers home. So it's a run across there on a play. I don't know that it was called. Like Lynchburg's was called in the bottom of the second. It may have been Bryce Vestal just got picked right there and made the most of it. I'm just trying to get a reaction on Zach Booker, the head coach for Guilford, and he doesn't appear to be thrilled, so that's why I'm leaning towards I think Vestal got picked and ended up staying in the rundown to make the most of it there to get the run across.
Well, we know Guilford doesn't steal a lot of bases, so you have to wonder how rehearsed that was or if it was something on the fly, as Jones will have an easy pop-up as we end the top of the third. But Guilford has strike back here on LHSN, 2-1 ball game.
Being a part of the different activities and organizations that I've been a part of, I'm actually able to see myself where I'm like, hey, I actually can make a change. I'm one person that can make a difference.
Division III has helped me to develop teamwork skills, critical thinking skills, time management skills.
It's not just about basketball, or it's not just about school. It's about developing yourself as a person altogether.
We're through 2.5 in game number 2, and Guilford has taken the lead back 2-1. They get 2 base hits in that third inning, top of the third for Guilford, but they leave none on because of the pickoff at first, and then Owen Smith comes around to score. So it's a 2-1 ball game. Guilford leads again. Game 1, Lynchburg didn't take the lead until the bottom of the 7th. Hornets were playing from behind for most of the ball game, but it was 1 in the 5th, 3 in the 6th, and then 5 in the 7th for Lynchburg. The explosion came at the exact right time. Logan Webster is still in his first at bat, technically, but he got a look at Jacob Phillips as he was hitting when Lynchburg scored their run in the bottom of the 2nd with the 1st to 3rd steal.
I feel like it changes hitter to hitter, but it has to be nice to get a fresh count against a guy you've already seen and not have it impact your stats, as it'll be a ground out to second for out number 1.
And I think that's the other reason to run that 1st and 3rd play with 2 outs with 2 strikes. To your point, the hitter has gotten a little bit of an advantage, so there's some value in that as Logan Webster shares a word with Carson Atkins as he trots into the dugout. Atkins had a pretty successful game 1. He was 2 for 3 with a hit by pitch, had a double in there. That is double number 11 of the season for Carson Atkins. He'll pound this one up the middle, and it does get through on a 3 or 4 hopper by the shortstop, and Carson Atkins is aboard with Lynchburg's 3rd hit of the game.
Sumner was charging out in the center to try to get that one, but after a few more hops, pretty clear he wasn't going to get to it, and Atkins continues to perform in this doubleheader.
Great to see him heating up again. He had the hot streak in March. He was really pretty hot for the entire month of March. Carson Atkins has slowed the pace just a little bit, but always dangerous, always ready. And he seems to be heating up at the right time. Brandon Garcia is heating up at the right time. He's been hot his entire freshman campaign. It's a 20-game hitting streak for Brandon Garcia. He had a key RBI double in game 1. So now 20 in a row for Brandon Garcia that he has hit safely. He'll try to extend it even more. 0-1, Atkins running, missiles one up the middle, and the hitting streak is up to 21 games. Right on cue there for Brandon Garcia. Hit and run, and the freshman from Durham using the middle of the field to get his first hit of the ball game. 4th one for the Hornets. They seem to be coming on again, and here's that man again, Ben Jones.
Every single game, it seems like Garcia brings out the spark plug and just continues to deliver. Atkins, for a second, I thought was going to try and reach 3rd when he rounded 2nd. Took a few quick steps and thought smartly to stay.
Strike 1 on Ben Jones. Benny bombs 4 for 4 in game 1. He is 0 for 1 right now. Atkins at second. In your screen there, held on by the shortstop Sumner. Garcia leads off at first. First baseman Harrison is behind Brandon Garcia. Ben Jones goes down low to get another one. Looping line drive, but right at the right fielder for one of those long, loud outs for Ben Jones. And it's 2 outs in the inning.
Contact is continuing. And it's one of those things, I think for Ben Jones, just seeing the ball is important because as a freshman, you come in, maybe you're facing different pitchers and different styles with some of these ball clubs, but Ben Jones, every single time that he's up to the plate, it seems like he finds a pitch that he likes. Not many swings that are ugly ones or strikeouts that he doesn't make a good at bat.
Pitch selection is just incredible from Ben Jones and the other freshman, Brandon Garcia, the same way. I agree wholeheartedly. It's so fun to watch. Slow roller from Avery Neves. Tough play. Getting down the line. Did he beat it? He did not. That is out number 3. Lynchburg strands 2 hits in the inning, but none come across, and the Hornets still trail 2-1 after 3 complete in game 2 at Fox Field.
Great moments are born from great opportunity. That's what you have here tonight. That's what you've earned here tonight. This is your time. Now go out there and take it.
Get the oven cooking because there's a hot man at the plate. And Mr. Isaiah Harrison, the senior from High Point, North Carolina, batting .430 on the season. And it seems like every at-bat he takes, he has a chance to do something special. Home run in that first game, if you remember, and it was a no-doubter.
Solo shot off Jack Batchmore to begin the 9th inning. It gave Guilford some life there. And the Quakers actually ended up getting the tying run in the batter's box, but the door was slammed by the Jack. Yeah, Harrison, he's fun to watch, though. He passes the eye test, too. You can look at all the numbers, but you just look at him in the batter's box and the way he handles himself in there, the way he turns the bat loose. He's got it all.
And he will earn a walk to lead off the top of the 4th. So as you said, it's multiple ways for Harrison to contribute, as Chase Wade will step up to bat.
You and I just talked a little bit off air, but in game 1, it was a 9-7 ball game, so it feels like a high-scoring game. Lynchburg did not walk at all. Guilford pitchers did not walk any Lynchburg hitters. This could be 2 on the bunt attempt. Uh-oh. Okay, they're going to give Lynchburg the out at second. That was on the transfer. Garcia taking it out of his glove to his hand. So Lynchburg does get the lead runner there, as you're going to get another good shot at it. Arrington off the mound, good throw, and Garcia just lost that trying to take it out of the glove. So there is 1 out. But Quaker pitchers walked no Lynchburg batters, Evan. They hit 3 Lynchburg hitters, but no walks. And Lynchburg, their pitchers, their 3 guys, Potts, Cumbie, and Batchmore, they only walked 2. So really, it's been some pretty outstanding pitching today. Just these hitters they're just that good, man.
Well, we knew there would be 2 teams that were going to come in and hit the baseball, and some of those hits going over the wall today. But to your point, I think this is a Lynchburg squad that really thrives off earning walks, being able to get on base in multiple ways. So for Guilford to come out and limit the base traffic at least to what's coming off the bat, that's something that could really help the Quakers' chance.
Yeah, Lynchburg has walked once in this game. So on the season, it's 189 walks total, and that averages about 5.2 per game for Lynchburg.
Tudor's gonna get a nice hit, but nice play in the field. Jorman leaped for that one at first. He holds on, but he's not gonna get the out. Fielding all around for the Hornets as Jones will get the out at second.
Got a tail end shot at the dive from Ben Jones in flip, and then it's Josh Jorman in flight. It's like a skydiving unit out there for Lynchburg. Everybody leaving their feet, laying out to try to get the baseball. Good play initially from Ben Jones, and how about the hustle there from Josh Jorman, and then some great sportsmanship as the umpire is checking on him. Jorman gives the ump a pat on the back, like, hey, man, you're doing a great job too. That kind of thing. Maybe steal a call that way, right?
Acrobatics on display, and then he's going to still continue to show a little bit of that Hornet spirit. Extended conversation. The ump and Coach Booker, the third baseline. Looks like everything will be fine as the next pitch comes to Jordan Burrow.
Hard hit ball by Grayson Tudor, by the way. Let's not forget that in there. He is at first and diving back after a throw from Arrington. We've seen it all, man. We've seen pitching, we've seen hitting, we've seen defense. We've seen things we rarely see with a runner passing another runner, and unfortunate for Guilford, but it's just been an unforgettable kind of day so far, and it continues.
In doubleheaders, it seems like there's always something that you end up remembering, but not everything. And really in this matchup, it seems like we haven't had an inning that hasn't had its share of action. So 1 on, 2 down here in the top of the fourth. Arrington pitches to Burrow. Going to be inside. Arrington not shy about throwing over to first. We've seen it a few times already. It got a rundown started in that last inning when Vestal took a few steps off first. Did score a run, though, similar to that Lynchburg rundown that you could say in the second.
Yeah, we've seen both teams use that first to third, get caught in a rundown deal. There's another one that you can say you don't normally get to see a lot of, but it happened. 2-2 count, 2 gone.
Pitch going to be low. Wes Arrington, one of the seniors on this squad. Everyone has really had their fair share of appearances, and he's going to get a strike called for strike 3 and the end of the inning. So Guilford still up 2-1 here on senior day at Fox Field as we head into the bottom of the fourth. It'll be O'Donovan, Pokerock, and Collins when we come back.
Every great college has a great city. For Lynchburg, we are near urban areas with lots of restaurants, shopping, and events. Plus, we are one of the top schools in the area. Come see for yourself.
Welcome back here on Fox Field. Evan Gates, Kyle Haney taking you through the action on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Double dipping today against the Guilford Quakers. It was a tight game 1 that the Lynchburg Hornets were able to come away with. Zach Potts had the start for the Hornets, but it was the hitting that propelled them to the victory. A Guilford squad, too, that really made the Hornets earn it. In the batter's box, And here early in the second matchup, it's a 2-1 scoreline.
Going back to game one again briefly, Lynchburg pitching. Shout out to Baylor Cumbie picking up his second career win. And it's his second win this week. He got the win on the road at Hampton-Sydney out of the bullpen, pitched very effectively in that game. So we're seeing Baylor Cumbie a lot here late in the season. He seems to be rounding into form. A great option out of the bullpen for Lynchburg as O'Donovan will hit that one. The third baseman had to jump for it. I think that'll go down as hit number 2 of the ball game for Riley O'Donovan.
Strong way to begin this fourth inning. He started off the second with a hit. He's going to do it again here in the fourth. And Sean Pokerock will step into the box. Catching today, the freshman from Dumfries, Virginia, and all season long, he has continued to make his contributions. And a chance for 2 for Guilford. Throw to second, to first for 2. And once again, the Quakers have doubled up the Hornets.
That's second one this game that Sean Pokerock has grounded into. Lynchburg has turned 1 double play, Guilford 2, and I believe it was 3 apiece back in the first game. So that ends up being 9 total in what, just over 12 innings of baseball. Back to the way these 2 games have shaped up. You're getting to see so much good stuff. Infield play at its finest here between Lynchburg and Guilford.
We've touched on the fact that there are no gimmies in the ODAC, but it seems at this point of the season, there are no games that are really going to be routine. There's always going to be something scattered in, and for the fans, it's something extremely enjoyable. Pitch to Collins.
I believe it's 37 double plays total for Lynchburg this season. And for reference, looks like they have hit into 27. So plus 10 in that margin. Not that that's ever really a stat you're going to talk about a lot. This could be out number 3.
And pop-up, long pop-up to second base. And that is it for the Hornets. So 3 up, 3 down. And as we head into the top of the 5th, the Quakers are still in the lead.
To them, the whole world looks like an opportunity, one to be seized, built upon, and made better for their sport and the people around it. To student athletes, every opportunity is a chance to change what could be and show the world what opportunity can do.
Football has taught me a lot throughout my life. It's definitely had a huge imprint on who I am as a person. Competing at a Division III level created that opportunity for me to go to college. Not only was I the first one in my family to graduate college, but I was really the first one to even go. Being the first one, I'm breaking that cycle, and now that I've graduated, I'm not sure what's the next step, but I know I have a lot of doors open. And a lot of those are open because I played football and ran track here at Otterbein.
Back with you here on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. It's a 2-1 ball game in favor of the Guilford Quakers. So here in the top of the 5th, it's Bowles, Bloom, and Smith due up. And Bowles grounded out in the second inning. He's going to foul one back. And it's been an awesome day for baseball. Rain has been going through the region the past few days, but dry conditions as of now. Obviously, the field may still be a little bit wet from last night's rain. It's the spring season, and it seems that all sports are always going to be a little impacted by the weather conditions, especially in Virginia. Grounded to short. Garcia's going to throw it over to first, and Jorman has it for out number 1. So Bowles is retired. Second ground out of the day, and that will bring in Carter Bloom.
Now batting number 12, Carter Bloom.
Bloom struck out in his first plate appearance in the third inning. the sophomore from McLeansville, North Carolina. Batting .238 on the season, slugging .365. Again, these stats are all from before game one, so they'll be impacted a bit as it's hit into center. And the first hit of the inning for the Quakers will bring up Owen Smith.
Number 21, Owen Smith.
Seems that the Quakers never have an inning where they go quietly. There's always something, there's some form of action, and even against the pitchers, Zach Potts and Wes Arrington, they've been able to do it, but a chance for two. But Garcia's throw gets away, scattered into right field, and they will hold the runners on the corners, so a chance for two will wreak some havoc for the Hornets, and now just one down and two on for Guilford. It looks like it was a routine play. Garcia just didn't get that one on the mark to his high school teammate, Ben Jones. And that's going to turn things over to Vestal, who is leading off today. Bryce Vestal, grad student from Jonesville, North Carolina. He has had an emphatic game from the stat sheet's standpoint, a homer and a single. If you remember, Ben Jones was essentially a base away from the cycle in the last game, and we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but obviously Vestal would still have a chance to make things happen. Last season led the Quakers in batting average, hits, runs, RBIs, and homers. Don't think you can do much better than that, but when you have teammates this season who are proficient, there's still chances. Hornets have another chance to turn two. It's a tight play at first, and it's called safe. Run scores for the Quakers. Ben Jones rattled it over to Garcia, and you see it's a tight play. Nice split from Jorman, just not enough.
Now batting number 4, Michael Sumner.
And with that, Guilford has added a run. The Hornets have continued to really just find themselves in pressure situations. Pitch from Arrington. Foul contact into right field. And it will be caught for out number 3. So as we head into the bottom half of the 5th,
one run on one hit, one Lynchburg error.
It's going to be an exciting one as we continue rolling along here on Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network.
Think a private education is too expensive? Think again. At the University of Lynchburg, you can get a personalized education for the cost of a state school. If you're commuting and you get our top scholarships, you could pay much less. And you get all that without the hassle of giant lecture halls. Our faculty know your name here and do more than just teach. You might even do research together and plan out your next career moves.
Being a part of the different activities and organizations that I've been a part of, I'm actually able to see myself where I'm like, hey, I actually can make a change. I'm one person that can make a difference.
Division III has helped me to develop teamwork skills, critical thinking skills, time management skills.
It's not just about basketball, or it's not just about school. It's about developing yourself as a person altogether.
Jacob Phillips back on the mound for the Quakers. He's given up just one run through 4 innings. And as we head into the bottom of the 5th, Josh Jorman is stepping up to the plate. Phenomenal all season long for the Hornets. We know that he has done both some pitching and batting, and obviously that shows the trust that Coach Lucas Jones has in the senior from Oak Hill.
Jorman was on a tear early in the season. He had the walk-off base hit in a Lynchburg win over Bridgewater at Fox Field. Couple walk-offs at Fox Field this season for Lynchburg. Here's one flared out of play. And it was a 2-run game last game, Evan, so we can add to that cool stat. In games decided by 4 runs or less, Lynchburg is now 16-5. 16-5 in quote-unquote close ball games for Lynchburg this season. 1-run games, they are 6-1.
I think if you were to script a schedule before the season, that's about as many close games as you would prefer, because you still have some matchups that maybe aren't as high stress, but then you have games that really come down to the wire, and it seems that the Hornets have found a way in the majority of them, as Jorman will earn a walk. So Logan Webster steps in, the 8-hole today, grounded down in the bottom of the 3rd.
Second free pass issued by Jacob Phillips. He's ready to work again. Comes set pretty quick as Logan Webster barely in the batter's box.
Every pitcher has a different style, but we've mentioned how fun it is to watch pitchers who just go in and deal, don't waste time. You can tell that they're confident in the stuff that they're using. Jorman had to dive back to first. It was a tight play on the pickoff attempt. And another chance for 2 for the Quakers. And they're going to get it. So the 3rd double play of this ball game. And it seems like every inning Guilford is able to retire 2 for the price of 1.
And 3 out of the 5 they have to go along with 3 double plays turned in game 1. Guilford infield play has been outstanding in this one. The bases are clear now for Carson Atkins to hit with 2 outs.
All 3 of the double plays so far in this game have followed the Hornets getting on base to lead off the inning. So slamming the door shut. And Phillips continuing to hold the Hornets to 5 hits. Both teams have 5 this stage of the ball game, but Guilford leading 3-1. Lynchburg just 1 error, and that throw from Garcia. Chance for 2 in the top half of the 5th. And that's the play that Guilford was able to earn a run.
Guilford's offense gets a lot of the highlights. Hold that thought as Carson Atkins hits one deep. Long run out there on the track, but finally pulled in by Grayson Tudor. Good grab out there, and that's how the 5th inning will come to an end. Guilford still leads 3-1 over the Hornets here at Fox Field in Lynchburg.
Great moments are born from great opportunity. That's what you have here tonight. That's what you've earned here tonight. This is your time. Now go out there and take it.
We're back with you on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network And Isaiah Hairston will step into the box to lead off. Hairston, one of the guys on this Guilford squad, over 1,000 OPS. And it's one of those things, you can go through the stat sheet and superlatives, but he just comes out to play, and when he's in the box, he looks so comfortable. He's going to get contact on that one. Garcia should be an easy throw over to first, and that's out number 1 retired. So early in the count, if you're willing to swing at one, take the chance of allowing a pitcher to go pretty deep and not bite into that pitch count, as Guilford will send things over.
Yeah, it's Chase Wade facing off against Wes Arrington now. Ball inside there on Wade. I wonder if and when we'll see Chase Wade on the mound. He's got 5 saves this season, 13 appearances, and a 2-1 record to go with it. So you know he is a key option out of the bullpen for Guilford. And they're holding on to a two-run, so 3-1 lead at the moment for Guilford. As Arrington misses inside again. I just have a feeling that we're going to see Chase Wade at some point. Now, I don't know. You know, he may not be available, arm issues, whatever. He didn't start game 1 at third base, but he is in the lineup here. As Arrington missed virtually in the same spot, 3 out of those 4 pitches. And it is the second free pass that Wes Arrington has issued in this one.
Number 8, Grayson Tudor.
I'll bring up Grayson Tudor in right field for today's game. It's always interesting, too, because how many people really go into the bullpen from the field to go warm up? I mean, we know Shohei Ohtani is capable of it, but he is.
Well, but even in he doesn't, though. He starts, you know. He doesn't ever come from the field to the mound, yeah. So I think your point is dead on. It's pretty rare. Even at the college level, it's rare.
It's just such a different mindset. You consider the fact that pitchers are really a category of their own, and we know that, yes, maybe people are going to pitch and bat in the same season. Even that nowadays in the college climate is pretty rare to see. So special stuff from Chase Wade.
Right. Take, for example, how Lynchburg uses Josh Jorman. He doesn't hit on the days that he is pitching, and vice versa, as Grayson Tudor will send this one over the Lynchburg dugout foul, and you look over and see some activity in that Hornets bullpen over there. So, yeah, it is rare. The one that'll really get your juices flowing is back in the day when Buster Posey was playing at Florida State. He was the catcher-closer combo. Now that, when you see the catcher taking off the gear and then somebody from the bench grabs the gear, hands him his pitcher's glove, that will get you fired up, I think. But, again, very rare, and Buster Posey obviously – the exception, not the norm, as far as outstanding two-way players goes.
Absolutely. Runner goes. Contact was loud, but it'll be high, and it looks like Atkins has it in center for out number 2.
And the thing that made Buster Posey, the other thing, so cool is you're catching. So you're throwing a lot during the game. It's not like you're standing over there at first base taking it easy, or right field, hey, maybe you don't have to make a lot of strong throws. I mean, Posey's throwing the whole game, and he would still go in there and close, you know, multiple times in a weekend for Florida State. It was, again, just one of the things that was so cool about baseball, but very, very rarely seen.
Hit the nail on the head, and going back to that Ohtani point, if you remember, we touched on the World Baseball Classic, some of that stuff. Ohtani, when he would go to pitch, was the designated hitter, which obviously you're swinging the bat a few times and then going back to the dugout.
Right.
So that makes Posey's situation even that much more impressive.
We ought to tie in Guilford College with the World Baseball Classic, because a Guilford alum, Mitchell Stumpo, was closing for Italy in the World Baseball Classic, a D3, one of 10 Division III players that played in the World Baseball Classic, or were on rosters, I should say. They might not have all played, but Mitchell Stumpo played, and he got a big save for Italy. He was outstanding at Guilford. Definitely one of the best to ever play for the Quakers. And here's one you might remember for Guilford. One of their other big studs back in the day was Tony Womack, who went on to have a great major league career from Gretna High School to Guilford to the Bigs. Tony Womack.
always special to not only see D3 representation, but the local representation from the state. We know Guilford, the only school in the Old Dominion Athletic Conference not from Virginia, but still a short ride down to North Carolina. I think it's interesting that some of the schools you consider, at least from Lynchburg's point of view, if you go east to a school like Virginia Wesleyan or out of conference Christopher Newport, you're driving a lot longer than just to get to Guilford.
Yeah, Lynchburg's pretty fortunate as far as their central location in the Old Dominion Athletic Conference. They're kind of smack dab in the middle if you just look at the geography of it all. 1-2 count for Wes Arrington on Jordan Burrow.
Pulls it into the gap, and it's going to be extra bases. Trouble at the warning track, and coming home, Guilford is going to have a run. So Wade crosses the plate, and Burrow has an RBI double. It's 4-1 for the Quakers.
6th hit of the ball game for Guilford. 2nd extra base hit. First was the homer by Bryce Vestal, but it's an RBI double for Jordan Burrow, the designated hitter. 1 for 3, and that's a big one. Puts Guilford up 4-1. We know what happened last game, but never a great idea to play from behind all the time. You're kind of playing with fire when you do that.
The energy in this one, not saying that it's been zapped out of the park, but when you play such an emotional game one, similar to that Shenandoah doubleheader last weekend, you have to be intentional about coming out with a little bit of flair, and I think Guilford right now sitting up 4-1. It's been a really quiet way of doing it, but it's still been efficient, and they're still on top.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned the weekend doubleheader against Shenandoah. It ended up being 4 games in 4 days for Lynchburg when you combine a road trip to Hampton-Sydney and then a home game against Greensboro. So it was 2 Sunday that were emotional and draining physically and mentally. Even the Lynchburg coaching staff said, man, yeah, that stretch there on the road at Shenandoah, then on the road Hampton-Sydney, home against Greensboro, it took a toll on us as coaches. And we know how much effort and time the Lynchburg coaching staff puts into the scouting reports and getting the plan prepared. So I think you got a point about this one. Emotional win in game 1. Hornets are at the long tail end of a long productive season, but a long regular season for sure. And for Guilford, yes, they're at the end of a long season as well, but they're trying to spoil the undefeated streak. They're kind of treating this like their Super Bowl, you would think. And the Quakers are on top, 4-1 at the moment. Not that the Quakers need extra incentive. I mean, they're a good ball club on their own, Evan, even with nothing special on the line or anything to spoil. They're just a good team.
That's what makes them so dangerous come tournament time, and they've proven it today. They are there to hang with some of the ranked squads in the ODAC. 3-0 pitch, and therefore a strike from Arrington. Right now at the plate is Bowles. He's grounded out twice. Righty on righty matchup. And in there, a nice pitch going away from Bowles for strike 2. So full count, 2 down. Burrow on second. Lynchburg trying to hold the Quakers' lead to just 3. Arrington with the pitch. It's going to be low, but he did go for it and throw to first. Confirms it, strike 3 called, and that will be the inning. So still 4-1 in favor of the Quakers. We've got a good one here on Fox Field.
Every great college has a great city. For Lynchburg, we are near urban areas with lots of restaurants, shopping, and events. Plus, we are one of the top schools in the area. Come see for yourself.
Welcome back here on LHSN. Pitching change for Guilford. It's going to be Jacob Ray who comes out on the mound, so he will be nursing a 3-run lead. Guilford has come out swinging today on Fox Field, looking to continue their ways in the second half of this ball game. For Ray, it's appearance number 11. He started 8 on the season, 7.64 ERA, 2-3 record, about 35 innings of work. So he has seen his fair share of appearances. And he will start by facing the top of the Lynchburg lineup as Brandon Garcia steps into the box.
21-game hitting streak now for Brandon Garcia. He's 1 for 2 in this one. Got a hit in game 1 that was key, a run-scoring double. Lynchburg, when they were really coming on late in that game, scored 5 in the bottom of the 7th to go along with 3 in the bottom of the 6th. And the Hornets offense going to need to do something like that again. Wake up here.
You certainly think that after that last game, they're not going to be too pressed being down, but you can never really control when that run's going to happen. And with the top of your lineup stepping up to the plate, you have to take advantage of what you got.
I think if your aspirations are to win a tournament and play in multiple tournaments like Lynchburg's are, that would be a conference, NCAA regional, and then maybe a College World Series as Brandon Garcia goes down on strikes. But if that's your goal, to go deep in postseason play, honestly, I think as a coach you want to get tested like this as much as you can. It's weird to say that because I think a lot of coaches would also prefer just to blow somebody out. But you need some challenges. Lynchburg has had that for sure. We talked about all those close games, those games decided by 4 runs or less. But you want your team to have to play with their back from the wall some. You just don't want them to get comfortable falling behind too much in games because, yeah, I think the numbers would say it's better to have the 4-run lead than to be, or have the 3-run lead rather than be trailing by 3. I think the long-term stats are going to benefit the team that has the lead at this stage in the game.
Sometimes we can overanalyze this game. I mean, at the end of the day, you just got to have the lead by the end of the 9th inning. It's a pop-up from Jones. Who has it is the question. It's going to be the center fielder who retires it for out number 2. So solid work from Bowles. Had to run a little ways, and in that spot when you have the shortstop going back as well, that's never an easy play to make.
It was never a done deal until Bowles finally reeled it in. He came a long way. He was playing deep. It was Ben Jones up, so that makes sense that Bowles would probably be a full 5 or 10 feet deeper than normal depth out there for a center fielder, but in the end, it is out number 2.
The All-American Avery Neves in the box every single time that he has an at-bat. You have to think the pitchers will have a pretty good scouting report of what he's able to do as he takes the 3rd straight pitch, so 3-0 count. See if there's one in the zone here, and it's going to be 4 pitches for a walk, and Neves has earned a spot on first. So Riley O'Donovan will follow him up. O'Donovan 2 for 2 with 2 singles.
3rd freebie that Guilford has issued. That one might have been somewhat intentional as far as pitching around Neves goes. This guy is 2 for 2. Riley O'Donovan, if he can stay hot, it would be a he's not even going to get a chance too as that one runs inside. There was no pitching around that one. That was just a miss from Jacob Ray, Evan. And now it's runners on 1st and 2nd with 2 outs.
This is what can be so dangerous about this Lynchburg lineup because you have 2 outs and what's been a relatively easy inning now, 2 on. And we know that Sean Pokerock, who is going to come to the plate, is capable of having a base hit or maybe more and having runs coming around.
Short convo there for the pitching coach with Jacob Ray. Jacob Ray has walked more than he struck out this season, so maybe control issues off and on throughout the year. But either way, he's got 2 runners on base, and he's got Sean Pokerock hitting 0 for 2. He's bounced into 2 double plays.
So with a runner in scoring position, see what happens. That's another hit batter. Couldn't tell if it hit the bat or his hands, but it looks like it will be a free bag, and now the bases are loaded for Gavin Collins.
We're going to get another look at it right here, and I think it hit the arm guard. Yeah, it hit the elbow guard there. And that's one that baseball fans and coaches debate, but the armor is legal to a point. And Sean Pokerock, I'm sure glad he had it there. That would have hurt if he took it off the elbow. Gavin Collins, bases loaded, 2 outs.
It's a good situation, too. As I mentioned initially, thought it might have been on the hands. That's a difficult play to really look at, but also if you have a ball coming in either on your hands or some of those joints, that's always a scary situation. Collins with the bases loaded. He swings on one. Is it going to get down? It's going out. Yes, it will. It's going to hit the wall. Lynchburg is going to have runners rounding third. Collins is reaching for third. It's a 3-run triple, and the game is tied.
The crowd and the dugout going absolutely bonkers for Gavin Collins. Opposite field power, 3rd triple of the season for Gavin Collins, and it plates 3, and we are knotted at 4. Gavin Collins, turn and burn around second. The helmet went flying at one point as Gavin Collins slides in safely. He is pumped. Why wouldn't he be?
That's the at-bat that the Hornets have been waiting for. And after all that, we're knotted at 4. Baseball is such an interesting game. It seems that there are so many different ways to really meet a crossroads. And here in this 6th inning, Lynchburg has done just that. And another one. Jormund is going around first. He's aiming for second. It's going to be a close play at second. He's going to get it. Off the bat, it didn't look like he recognized how far that ball was going. But now the Hornets are in the lead. It's 5-4.
Lynchburg didn't take the lead until the 7th inning last game. They take it in the bottom of the 6th this game. Josh Jormund, hustle double, meaty off the bat. I mean, that ball was ripped. Gavin Collins comes around to score. Back-to-back base hits after a walk and then 2 hit by pitch. So that's what the good teams do. The good teams find a way to win, even if they don't necessarily have their A game every day. They find a way to stay in the game, and they're ready for the opportunities, ready for the big moments, and it has been huge in the bottom of the 6th for Lynchburg. 4 across already. Logan Webster nearly got hit with an inside fastball.
Great point. How we mentioned it all starts with just finding a way to get on base. It doesn't even have to be off contact, and after a walk and 2 batters being hit by a pitch, good things can happen. So Logan Webster in the 8-hole today. 0 for 2, going to try and keep things rolling. The Hornets have taken the lead if you're just joining us. Guilford the entire game and led until that point, and Webster is going to earn a walk.
Momentum has firmly shifted to the Lynchburg dugout. High volume over there, and now it's time for another pitcher for Guilford. Jacob Ray struggled, and he'll have to hand the ball off and walk back to the dugout. New arm coming in for the Quakers. Try to slow down this Lynchburg offense, Evan. There is 2 outs, but 2 on again, as it has been a big one for the Hornets, and it has been an inning where they've done it all with 2 outs. Brandon Garcia struck out to start the inning. Ben Jones flew out to center, and then it was a walk from Neves. O'Donovan and Pokerock both got hit by pitches. Triple from Gavin Collins, single from Josh Jormund, and now walk from Logan Webster.
So essentially, even with the top of the lineup coming up to the plate to start this inning, Lynchburg has still really found all their contact and the bottom half of the lineup. So special stuff for the Hornets. It's Adam Anderson coming on for Guilford. Jacob Ray's day is over. Anderson, an 8.71 ERA. This is going to be appearance number 8 on the season. And just over 10 innings of work. So we'll see if the lefty can slow things down for the Hornets. And a 5-4 ball game.
Carson Atkins will be the hitter. He is no stranger to these situations, and he's got that mentality as he's waiting to see the warm-up tosses of, I might try to jump on this guy early. I'm thinking he wants to throw fastball, maybe first pitch, get comfortable. Atkins will be ready for that. We saw him park at first pitch against a new pitcher earlier in this season. I think it was back to Atkins' first home run of the season. But he's got 11 doubles, 5 dingers. Carson Atkins is very capable of just setting fire to things right here. Lynchburg has already scored 4. And they're looking for more with 2 gone in the bottom of the 6th.
Patient approach will certainly pay off, and obviously if you've watched this inning, you understand that there are multiple ways to get around the bases. Carson Atkins here sitting in the 9-hole, Garcia on deck. Led off the inning, so the Hornets have batted around the lineup similar to those 2 innings of the last game. I believe it was inning number 6 and number 7. And right away, 2 balls thrown to Carson Atkins.
Wes Arrington's got a long break over there. I wonder if we'll see maybe a new arm from Lynchburg to begin the inning. But we'll hold that thought and just wait and see what happens. 2-0 count for Atkins.
That went in there for a strike. You had to think Atkins was going to get something to hit. Obviously, if you're just coming into this ball game, you don't want to go down 3-0 against the first batter you face, especially with Brandon Garcia hitting behind him.
Garcia's probably got that revenge factor, too. He already made it out in this inning. He wants to remedy that and get a base hit also in this inning.
Atkins will pop one up to third. Who's got it? It will be the third baseman, and Wade. So the Hornets have taken the lead here on Fox Field. It's 5-4 on Senior Day. We'll be right back with you on LHSN.
To them, the whole world looks like an opportunity, one to be seized, built upon, and made better. For their sport,
The Lynchburg Hornets score 4 in the bottom of the 6th inning. It all happened with 2 outs. There's 3 coming across right there. That was on Gavin Collins' bases clearing triple. Collins later scored on an RBI hustle double from Josh Jorman. And just like that, the Hornets back in business. They were down by 3 going into the inning. They lead by 1. And we get to see reinforcements out of the bullpen. It's the hard-throwing freshman, Mason McDowell, appearance number 11 on the season. It'll be appearance number 6 in the month of April, and it's the 3rd time he has pitched in the last week, Evan. So Mason McDowell getting heavy work out of the pen. 2-way guy. We have seen him play shortstop early in the season when Brandon Garcia was injured. But throws hard, good breaking ball. And he's another freshman, just in a long list of freshmen for Lynchburg that is ready for prime time already in their first year.
We have to think they understand their position in the rotation, and especially having as many seniors and grad students as the Lynchburg Hornets have. You know that they want to make contributions and continue to have a role in the Hornets' success as they have had the entire season.
Carter Bloom leads off. Second baseman hitting 8th for Guilford is ready, and he takes strike 1. Fastball at the knees for Mason McDowell. Owen Smith due up next, and then the leadoff man, the dangerous Bryce Vestal. due up third in this inning. There's a snapper from McDowell. That is fun to watch and hard to hit. 0-2 count early. Wes Arrington exits with the lead, would be in line for the win. How about that wipeout slider from Mason McDowell? Bloom not close, and that's his second strikeout of the day. It looks like Wes Arrington only struck out 3. He gave up 5 hits, and we're thinking 2 or 3 earned runs. There was some debate about that because Lynchburg did have an error in one of those run-scoring innings for Guilford. Ball 1 to Owen Smith.
What's so impressive about McDowell on the mound is his quick release that we've seen all season, but it really doesn't allow the hitter to see what's coming out of his hand, and especially if you try to be a little deceptive, that can always help. Part of it could be the plan, and part of it could just be that's what's natural for him.
Well, that's a great thing too with pitchers, and you wonder, and you got to talk to the pitching coaches to find out more of this stuff. But yeah, you wonder how much is natural and how much is grooved in mechanically, drills and training and working on things. But Mason McDowell got a 1-2 count now on Owen Smith, and Smith will flare that one foul. It's like a fast tempo from Mason McDowell. Tempo you hear about with the golf swing a lot. You don't want to be too quick going back. You want to take it back kind of smooth in the backswing and then gather some momentum and some speed going down. And there's a lot of pitchers like that. They'll pick up the legs slow and then accelerate down the hill. But for McDowell, it's a pretty quick tempo. The leg comes up quick. He's already getting down the hill even as he picks it up. It's fun to watch. But for Guilford, they're going to see how much fun they can have hitting against it. 2-2 count. The catcher, Owen Smith. He is 1 for 2, but reached base both times. Got on because of that error from Brandon Garcia. Nearly got hit in the shin there, but out of the way. And now the count is full.
And starting off with those 2 strikes, even though the count is full, you still have to attack.
Just missed. Long hold from Poker Rock, but it is a ball, and it's ball 4. So Owen Smith is on for the leadoff hitter, Bryce Vestal. 3 hits in game 1, 2 in game 2, including a homer to lead it off for Bryce Vestal.
Looks like associate head coach Travis Beasley will have a chat on the mound with McDowell. You know, it's one of those things with different people in the rotation. You're going to have different sources of energy, different opportunities, and Angel Collazo, who is coming into the game, does just that for the Hornets.
He brings the energy. He brings the flair. We have loved watching Angel Collazo pitch all season long, and we're going to get to see it one more time here at Fox Field in the regular season anyway. Angel Collazo on. He has been sort of this lefty specialist guy. It's not always one batter for Angel Collazo, Evan, but he is very comfortable throwing to just one batter. Or you got Isaiah Harrison, who is the 3-hole hitter. Maybe you let Angel Collazo trying to attack the next 2 or 3 guys to give Harrison a different look, the lefty there. But again, the options are not limitless for Lynchburg, but they've got some other options as well. So we'll see Angel Collazo, and then we'll figure out how long he stays out. So just 2 batters for Mason McDowell. Struck out 1, walked 1, and the freshman is off for Angel Collazo.
Obviously, facing the top of this Quakers lineup is a task that is not an easy one. All day long, they have been really good and continuing to make contact. So for Lynchburg, maybe the strategy isn't pitching away from them, but it's being able to limit that contact or use it to your advantage, trying to get some double plays out of it. That might be why we've seen so many double plays today. It's just the fact that these are 2 really good hitting clubs, and they continue to get the ball in play.
It's interesting. Yeah, a good hitting club, they're going to get the ball in play more than they swing and miss and strike out. So then you got the double plays or more double plays there. And then the other factor is good pitching teams, they're going to keep the ball lower in the zone, more balls at the knees, which are going to induce more ground balls. Plus you got guys with breaking balls that are obviously moving down in the zone. You got guys that can create some depth with the movement on the fastball, the two-seam fastball, the sinker. So all those combinations going to add up to some double plays as well. We have seen a lot of them today. We probably haven't seen our last double play. That would be the fun little side bet that we could have, is are we going to see any more double plays?
Well, I think if you're Caesars or any of the sports books out there, you're probably putting your money on the fact there will be one more.
Yeah, we got to go back and edit that out. The NCAA is not going to like that. No, I'm kidding. I'm just messing with you, Evan. It was good, though. I got a reaction. I wish we could have turned the camera on and seen his reaction there. That was good. No, we're still having fun. It's been a fun day. I mean, it's been a wild day, but it's been fun. 5-4 lead here for Lynchburg. Collazo on. This one is in the other batter's box for a ball.
Collazo, one of those guys, you could talk about the energy and all that stuff, but it just seems that coming into a ball game, even if it is that one batter that you mentioned, he's going to come at them with everything he's got. And sometimes that involves not trying to do too much, just hitting your spots, making sure that you're limiting contact, but he's been very efficient.
A lot of guys, when they get that one batter roll, try to do too much. And they say, well, I've only got one. I better try to throw this 9 billion miles an hour. I better try to snap my best slider ever in my life. But Collazo, you're right, he doesn't do that. He understands the role, relishes the role, seems to thrive in it as well. It's another one in the other batter's box. Might have been by design, though. Collazo has really thrown 3 out of 4 there. Now it's a 2-2 count on Bryce Vestal. 1 out. Infield double play depth. Gavin Collins is fairly deep at third base. Collazo holds at the belt. Now he's ready. Got him! Big punch out there from Angel Collazo. Does the job. And it looks like he's staying out for more. Great stuff there from Angel Collazo. Nope, I was wrong. Here comes Coach Travis Beasley. So it is just one and done for Angel, but he gets a big one. Got Vestal down, swinging on strikes. And Angel Collazo will hand the ball off to Travis Shoemate, somebody else that has done the one-and-done thing. Shoemate is on now with 2 outs. Lynchburg has used 3 guys out of the bullpen this inning, and they're trying to get out of it unscathed. 5-4, 1-run lead for the Hornets with a runner on first base, and Michael Sumner, the shortstop, will be due up for Guilford.
Travis Shoemate, one of the seniors on this squad, recognized earlier before game 1. Shoemate, 5.06 ERA. This is his 9th appearance on the season. He has a 2-0 record. He's been battling injuries throughout the middle stages, so obviously a good thing to see him back, and he seemed very comfortable with his stuff on the mound.
Yeah, Shoemate, his return to the bullpen has really been key in this late season surge for Lynchburg. He's pitched in a lot of big spots. He's done the one-and-done thing. He's done the one batter and out. Got a big out against Randolph-Macon, getting one of their key hitters, Iannuzzi, out. And he'll try to do it again. And who knows? Shoemate is a guy who would be available to come back next inning if that's the route that Lynchburg opts to go. But another one comfortable in just a one-batter role. So we'll wait and see about the options from Lynchburg. They wanted to get Travis Shoemate an inning against Greensboro on Wednesday, Evan, but it just didn't work out to where they could get him in there. And that's back to these coaches. They have so many different plans. They've got plan A, B, C, all the way through the alphabet and beyond. It's the kind of thing that keeps you up at night as a coach. You're just sitting there in bed trying to go to sleep, and you're thinking, well, what should we do if this happens? What should we do if that happens? We've seen that with Guilford today with some injuries where they've had to go to plan B or C. Pretty effectively for Guilford, but they are down 1 right now, 5-4. It's Michael Sumner, the shortstop, to hit against Travis Shoemate.
It's a question that will be left unanswered, obviously, with game 1 having been wrapped up, but with Ryland Smith's injury when he was going into second, you have to wonder if that game shapes out any differently if he stays in the ball game, because you talk about Hairston, who was on deck, and his average and his numbers, well, Ryland Smith has been doing just about the same.
Yeah, Smith has been incredible all season, and he was incredible in the short time that we saw him. A double in game 1, but that was it. Had to come out due to an injury. 2-0 count. Shoemate has missed the zone to begin. Travis Shoemate, 5-1 in his career. Career earned run average under 3.5. Injuries have shortened his season a little bit this season, but he's healthy. He's raring to go. Great action on the fastball. Got a good breaking ball as well. 2-1 count. 2 outs. Runner on first for Guilford, who, much like game 1, has led the majority of this one, but now find themselves behind on the scoreboard, 5-4. Shoemate at the belt, looks over his front shoulder, deals. Good one there. Nice spot. Looked like it was exactly where he wanted it, but it's a 3-1 count now.
Have to imagine Sumner is looking for a pitch to hit here. With a 3-1 count, chance to make a difference.
Pounded into left field. Neves is there, and he'll make the grab on the move into left center. Shoemate gets the out. Collazo gets a punch out, and Mason McDowell started the inning. Lynchburg uses 3 arms. They surrender no hits, no runs, and 1 Guilford runner left on base. We are through the top of the 7th at Fox Field. Hornets on top by 1.
Football has taught me a lot throughout my life. It's definitely had a huge imprint on who I am as a person. Competing at a Division III level created that opportunity for me to go to college. Not only was I the first one in my family to graduate college, but I was really the first one to even go. Being the first one, I'm breaking that cycle, and now that I've graduated, I'm not sure what's the next step, but I know I have a lot of doors open. And a lot of those are open because I played football and ran track here at Otterbein.
Think a private education is too expensive? Think again. At the University of Lynchburg, you can get a personalized education for the cost of a state school. If you're commuting and you get our top scholarships, you could pay much less. And you get all that without the hassle of giant lecture halls. Our faculty know your name here and do more than just teach. You might even do research together and plan out your next career moves.
Lynchburg leading 5-4 as we talk about the multicultural elements of baseball. And I could talk, Angel Collazo, I think, is what made us think about it also, an event that you're attending later on. Here's Brandon Garcia. I could talk about Latin baseball all day. You know, the interesting thing about Caribbean sporting culture is the Spanish countries play baseball, the English-speaking countries play cricket, and then you got the French islands and the Dutch islands. Although the Dutch, they're into baseball too with Curacao and Aruba. You got some great players from down there that have made the major league level. But yeah, we could talk about cricket, you know, in places like Jamaica and Barbados, Antigua, Trinidad. And then you got the Spanish-speaking countries are all baseball crazy. So it's an interesting deal. And you could really spend a lifetime studying it. I'm sure people do.
Absolutely. And what's so impressive too is the number of athletes from different countries competing, obviously professionally. You'll see it if you really go to any ball game on any level. You're going to see lots of representation from the Caribbean, and it's just something that's always special. That pitch over the head of Garcia. But like you said, so many layers to it.
There is. And again, you don't want to go on such a long tangent that you take away from the game. That was nice from Garcia to get the bat out of the way so it didn't hit him as it came in over his head. 3-1 count now on Brandon Garcia. Who's your favorite cricket player all time? Who do you like? Oh, okay.
I'm going to keep it honest,
I'll give you
Kyle.
one. Go look up Michael Holding, who was
Michael
a great cricketer in the 70s and the 80s. Then he's gone on to become one of the best broadcasters. Look up Michael Holding. The nickname was Whispering Death. That tells you about what kind of player he was.
How about that? We need to start giving some of these guys nicknames. We know that Batman and Robin.
Oh, great idea. Let's do it. The Cape Crusaders. As one of those guys will turn on this and send it in the right field corner. Brandon Garcia off to the races, turn and burn around first. He'll slide head first into second. And the dugout, he's going with the golf, the 7-iron celebration again there for Brandon Garcia. Number 7 with the 7-iron. Getting it close to the pin for another birdie opportunity. So it's now transitioned from a multicultural discussion to a multi-sport discussion there, as that has become Brandon Garcia's new celebration of choice.
It's been nice to see that he's gotten to do it quite a bit in today's matchup. Seems like he is always present in the ball game, but he is continuing to put on a show.
And here is the fellow freshman caped crusader, the other half of the Batman and Robin duo, Benny Bombs, who gets that nickname. I think you can figure out why he has that, as he hit a home run in game 1, and all the other hits seem to go beyond the outfielders' heads. 2-0 count for a guy who can make the most of a hitter's count.
Similar situation to last game, because you have a 1-run lead right now if you're Lynchburg, but you'd love some insurance runs, and this is the part of the lineup to do it.
Strike 1 across. It is Brandon Garcia, a double, another multi-hit game for Brandon Garcia. We'll get that total for you in just a second, as they'll spin and take a look at Mr. Garcia. For Brandon Garcia, it's a 21-game hitting streak, and he has now 11 multi-hit games in that span as well. So it's quantity and quality for Brandon Garcia. He leads off at second. Jones takes a fastball upstairs, and now it's a 3-1 count on Benny Bombs.
You'd love to see Garcia carry that into the postseason as well. Obviously, that injury in the middle of the season didn't really rattle him too much, because he's come back playing just as well, or if not, even better.
Bouncing off in your screen there, shortstop kicks him. Jones will take strike 2. Breaking ball that came in really behind him. Now it's a full count. Ben Jones hitting with nobody out. Bottom of the 7th, Lynchburg exploded in the previous inning. They scored 4 in their half of the 6th to take the lead. It's a 5-4 advantage right now. He's facing Adam Anderson, lefty out there for Guilford. Anderson delivers. Jones couldn't quite wait on it long enough and gets under it over to the left side of the infield. Pop-up pulled in for out number 1.
That'll bring up Avery Neves. Had a walk in the 6th inning as the Hornets were able to bat around. So the official line still 0 for 2.
Going to get a pitching change. Selfishly, I want to talk more about cricket, but we should probably keep it about baseball here, as I think Anderson, yes, he is out. The new arm will be in for Guilford. Quakers trail at the moment 5-4. And due up for Lynchburg, it will be Avery Neves, number 30, the left fielder. Maybe we should be talking about Avery Neves. Okay, just a little bit more about cricket.
How about it?
Their version of a home run is called a 6, because you score 6 runs. So if you hit that over the wall or over the boundary, that gets you 6 runs. A ground rule double, a ball that would bounce over the line or roll over the line, is 4 runs. And then when you just run back and forth between the wickets, that's just 1 run. But it's interesting, because if you go back far enough, we're both the same game, baseball and cricket at one point. I think there's something in Thomas Jefferson's diary about playing cricket. So that's an interesting one. Again, history-wise, we could go to the history department up there in Lynchburg, and you could probably get your doctorate or some kind of a degree on studying the sporting history. Might be worthwhile. Maybe I've talked myself into it. Maybe I'm going to lynchburg.edu in between innings and trying to sign up for some classes, get myself an education.
Kyle Haney coming to you at the University of Lynchburg. How about that? I think one thing that you mentioned, though, talk about a 3 for ground rule double equivalent.
4, but go ahead. Go ahead.
Excuse me.
Did that mess you up?
That's pretty impressive, though, because in a ground rule double in baseball, you might not have any runs.
That's right. No, it's a good point. It's a good point. Baseball is so fascinating in its own right, Evan. Think about the weird things about baseball. It's the only sport where the coach wears the uniform in baseball. It's the only sport where the defense has the ball. Every other sport, when you have the ball, you're on offense. Even in cricket, they talk about the team with the ball is on the attack and you're trying to take the other team's wicket. But I do feel like we've talked about it too much. Fans, if you want to talk cricket, you can find me on social media, and you can obviously do your own independent research as well, which we encourage. But let's get it back to baseball here, and it's Griffin Eichenauer who's into the ball game, out of the bullpen for Guilford. I think Guilford's really used the pitching, their bullpen, pretty effectively all day. Evan, probably somewhat underrated by us. I know they gave up 9 runs in the first game, but I think the Quakers' plan of attack pitching-wise has been pretty sound all day.
Well, for a team that numbers-wise might not have as strong of a pitching rotation as Lynchburg has had, and even from the bullpen, it's pretty impressive to see that they have gone toe-to-toe. But coming into the ball game, facing Avery Neves as your first at-bat will be a very tough task for Eichenauer.
Tall lefty comes at you with the big leg kick like that, but he's fallen behind 2-0 to Avery Neves. Neves is hitless in this game. He had 2 hits in game 1. He has drawn a walk to extend not the reach base streak, but Neves has been on base all but 1 game this season. So this is game 38. Neves has reached base 37 of 38 games, and he was on base every game last season. He was on base in all 48, so check the math on that. It's pretty nuts. 3-0 count on number 3-0 here, Avery Neves. Let's see if he gets a pitch to hit. It's close, but low in the zone, and Neves, with an eye that is probably unmatched in all of college baseball, will draw another walk.
He has taken 8 straight pitches now for 8 straight balls. That just shows the level of respect that he has earned as a hitter in this ODAC, and turns the page for Riley O'Donovan.
It's a career walk number 131 for Avery Neves in 3 seasons, basically. 131, that is the all-time conference lead. That is obviously the University of Lynchburg all-time lead. Riley O'Donovan, 2 for 2 with a hit by pitch. And it's a 1-0 count for Riley O'Donovan. Eichenauer is quick on the mound. That got the attention of everybody up here in the press box, how quick he is. Mason McDowell we mentioned with a fast tempo. Eichenauer is even faster. I mean, it's like you're watching a guy pitch and you're hitting the fast forward button on the video, which I'm not necessarily saying it's a bad thing. I think it might make Eichenauer a little tough to hit. Long hold this time. That was actually smoother. I think better rhythm there, and it ended up being a strike, so maybe that's the adjustment. Maybe everybody from the dugout yelled out to Griffin Eichenauer, hey, just slow it down a beat. Drop it down to 4th gear instead of 5th.
What's so unique about pitchers is that changing your pace is something that can really rattle a batter. And see some of those longer holds, they can be used in a very constructive way. It's interesting, too, to note the changes in Major League Baseball. We know there are pitch clocks now, but obviously at the college level, you really have as much time as the umpire allows.
Garcia running. Yeah, there was always something in the rule book about the pitcher having to, pitch under a certain time, but yeah, it's definitely under a microscope now at the Major League level. But yeah, varying those hold times has always been a way to stop the running game. I think when the pitcher varies the hold time, it throws off the hitter's rhythm too. Sometimes you come set and go, other times you hold it for 5 seconds. Here's Eichenauer, looks back at Garcia, who was running on the last pitch, by the way. They're going to call that a swing on Riley O'Donovan, and even though it's a pass ball, first base was occupied at the time of the pitch, so O'Donovan is out on strikes. Defense does not have to tag or throw to first. However, the runners do advance to 2nd and 3rd.
Now batting your catcher, number 18.
So even with 2 outs here, this is a big spot for Poker Rock. The 1-run lead, chance to extend it.
Poker Rock got hit by a pitch in the big 6th inning and did come around to score on Gavin Collins' bases clearing triple. Fastball upstairs for strike 1. 0-1 count on Sean Poker Rock, looking for his first hit of the ball game. It could be a big one with 2 in scoring position. Eichenauer at the knees for strike 2. So now Poker Rock slightly behind the 8 ball, if you will, to borrow another analogy from a different sport.
We're making our way around.
We're going to get all the sports before the afternoon is over, yeah. Ball in the dirt that the catcher Smith did not necessarily get the textbook clean block on, but was able to scramble to it. It didn't get far enough away for Brandon Garcia. We know that Garcia is always ready for a pass ball, or even one that just kicks side to side on a catcher. See if that happens again. Eichenauer ready. 1-2 delivery on the way, just missed.
Good eye from Pokerock. That's a pitch, especially when you know that you can hit the ball as well as he does. Maybe you're going to offer and just try to bloop one, but now a chance to maybe run the count full. 2-2 count.
It was at the belt line, too, which is a lot of times hard to lay off of. He will swing on that, foul it off his own body, so now we'll try it again here with the deuces wild. 2 outs. 2-2 count, 5-4 ball game. Lynchburg by 1. They got a victory in game 1. And it's getting to the point now where we need to check some of these other ball game scores as well. I know Shenandoah did get a win in game 1 against Ferrum, so they have kept pace with Lynchburg. That might have been a changeup that just came across high. So it's a full count now for Sean Pokerock facing Griffin Eichenauer. 2 outs, outfield, regular depth for Guilford. Straight away, infield, regular depth, although the third baseman creeping in. He might be even with the bag at the time of the pitch. Ball in the dirt. Good job there by Pokerock. Laid off a couple close ones, fouled off a 2-strike delivery, and now he is on board for Gavin Collins, who had the bases clearing triple last inning, and a chance to do it again. Pinch runner coming in is Ethan Smith. We've seen Ethan Smith in his pinch running role for the last few games. Pokerock is out. I think that means Holden Fiedler will be in to catch next inning, but we'll wait to tell you something official as Gavin Collins hits with 2 outs and the bases loaded again. Same situation as before. He put a 3 RBI triple in the right center gap. Collins is going to be ready on the first pitch. Neves at second, Garcia at third. Good stop there from Owen Smith. He had to slide in the other batter's box and snare it out of the sky to keep that one off the backstop.
Well, if you're Eichenauer here, I think you really need to get a strike or 2 in the box because you do not want to go down against Collins. It will be outside. As you mentioned, Collins certainly feeling it after what happened earlier.
He has fallen behind. You're going to get a mid-at-bat pitching change right here. They are going to go to the third baseman, who I suspected that we might see. That is Chase Wade. He is the quote-unquote closer for Guilford. He's got 5 saves on the season. Well, the other numbers are pretty good as well. But Chase Wade will have to enter in the middle of an at-bat, 2-0 count facing Gavin Collins. So now we can debate this as a strategy, Evan. You're giving the hitter a different look, but not an easy situation for a pitcher to come into. You're already behind the cards, 2-0 in the at-bat against, as we've said multiple times, a very dangerous hitter.
Well, if you're trying to build confidence for your pitching staff, it might be a little tougher to do so when you have a circumstance like this with the Hornets occupying the base pads, but obviously that shows the trust that Zach Booker has, and I think it's going to be a situation here where down 1 Guilford realizes that it might be now or never to stay in this ball game against the Lynchburg squad that capitalizes in the end of ball games.
I think you picked the perfect phrase out for that one. You're down 1 in the bottom of the 7th. Does feel like a now or never situation. Just an update on some of those other games, fans. Shenandoah has completed the sweep against Ferrum. So the Shenandoah Hornets will finish the season at 18-4 in ODAC play. Randolph-Macon lost game 1 to Roanoke, so they're going to fall to the 3rd seed. And now Lynchburg definitely controls their own destiny as far as a regular season title and a number 1 seed in the ODAC tournament, Evan. If Lynchburg wins it, they're the regular season champs. They would finish at 19-3. Shenandoah, again, has finished at 18-4, and those ball clubs split their doubleheader less than a week ago, Sunday, up in Winchester. Lynchburg got an extra inning win in game 1 against Shenandoah. And then I think in game 2, Lynchburg actually out-hit Shenandoah, but the Hornets from Winchester ended up pulling game 2 out. So it's been a great season so far, and the conclusion here today has been just as good or better. Let's see if Gavin Collins can really put an exclamation point at the end of the sentence, possibly. I know we're only in the bottom of the 7th. Collins is going to foul this one out of play. I know we're only in the bottom of the 7th, But if Gavin Collins could do something big, again, like he did last at bat, you just feel like it would be a nice final stamp and a final statement on things, not only today, Evan, but this season for Lynchburg.
Well, you know the Hornets would love to end this season regular season champs and undefeated at home. And now, the 3-1 count, Collins has a great chance to extend that lead. As we said, it's such a difficult situation coming into an at-bat with 2 balls already.
Walk is a run and an RBI, and Collins just took it right there. Ball 4. Tough deal for Chase Wade. He only threw 3 pitches, but the run comes in. Garcia across for run number 6 of the game for Lynchburg. 6-4, Hornets on top. Here is Josh Jorman. He had an RBI hustle double to drive in Gavin Collins after that triple last inning. Jorman hits with the bases loaded. Chase Wade maybe can now settle in knowing that he has a complete at bat, but he has missed the zone for ball 1.
Jorman in that first hit that you mentioned, and when he rounded first, didn't even look like he knew how far it had gone, but found out it was hitting the wall and rounded first.
Bouncing ball up the middle, tough play here. Second baseman has it, has to pump, and they will throw home. Play at the plate, and they got Ethan Smith. Feet first slide. Really an interesting baseball play there, fans. Carter Bloom, the second baseman, ranging up the middle. You'll see it. Couldn't go to second, was too late. Pump fake, got Ethan Smith rounding, and then a long throw. I mean, a full 140-foot throw from behind the bag at second base to get the out at home. Shades of the Chase Utley play against the New York Yankees back in the day in the World Series. Good one by Bloom, but Lynchburg does score 2 in the inning. They now lead 7-4. Top of the 8th coming up next from Fox Field. We've reached the 8th inning here at Fox Field. Travis Shoemate staying on to face Isaiah Hairston. A 2-run inning for Lynchburg. They only get 2 hits, Evan, but there was 3 walks in there. And then the play at the end was just fantastic baseball all the way around. Josh Jorman work in the middle. Second baseman Carter Bloom got to it. Didn't have a play at second. Even though his bases loaded, he couldn't go the short way. And it was too long to go to first. So an arm fake, that gets the pinch runner Ethan Smith rounding. And then he throws him out at home with a good on-target throw from behind the bag at second. So more great glove work, just continuing the theme of a day where we have seen just about everything.
Always fun to see plays being made out in the field. For Hairston at the plate, this is the 3rd straight time he's led off an inning.
Off of Shoemate's body, he's going to scramble for it, picks it up, and throws it away. It will stay in the yard, though. So just a single for Hairston. I think it's going to be an infield single. That ball was hit really hard. Shoemate did well to keep his body in front of it, and I'm sure there'll be a bruise there tomorrow, but the umpire, and this is good umpiring right here, just walking out there to give Shoemate a little bit of a break and ask him, hey, you okay?
Number 3, Chase Wade.
We will move on. Yeah, good chase there from Travis Shoemate. Got to it. It's always going to be a difficult play, and I think Hairston beats that even if the throw's on target. And we may be seeing another pitching change. It was 3 arms in the last inning for Lynchburg. And Shoemate, I think he did a great job. He got a couple big outs in there. Isaiah Harrison is on board with an infield single, and we now see Alex Gianniscoli, another guy out of the bullpen for Lynchburg that we have been seeing a lot of, Evan. He is another senior. So on senior day, big number 44 gets the baseball. Appearance number 10 on the season. He's been pitching a bunch in the month of April as well. Alex Gianniscoli pitched against Shenandoah and got a 3-inning save earlier this week against Hampton-Sydney. So he's another one in that category of he has pitched 3 times this week. Alex Gianniscoli.
3.09 ERA on the season too, and it really just seems that when he comes in, he has been comfortable, which we've said about so many different Lynchburg pitchers, and noting it just for fans to hopefully recognize that at this point of the season, you really want to iron all the kinks out and make sure that you have your best stuff on the mound, because you're facing lineups that are also getting better on the batting side of things.
Gianniscoli was the 3-inning save against Hampton-Sydney on Tuesday. Batters hitting just 152 against Alex G this season. He's been getting better and better as the year has gone on. Can pitch in the upper 80s. He was a guy in the offseason. Coach Travis Beasley said, hey, you got to tweak something. You got to change something. Maybe it's a big change. Maybe it's a small change. They adjusted the arm slot slightly. And sometimes all it takes is one tweak and a guy takes off. This is why even as a senior, a guy that didn't have much experience coming into this season as a coach, you never give up on guys like this. You don't give up on anybody, but you never give up on a guy that can potentially throw in the upper 80s with a good breaking ball. You keep giving them chances. You keep letting them get it figured out. And Alex Gianniscoli has gotten it figured out this year, and he has been key in the last month or so for Lynchburg out of the bullpen. Called on again here with a 3-run lead. Harrison at first base, Chase Wade, the hitter. Now for Guilford.
Gianniscoli, too, as you mentioned, he's a senior, but being able to be teachable from a pitcher standpoint. I mean, coaches can offer whatever advice they can think of, but if you're not willing to use it, then it's not going to be shown on the field. And what Gianniscoli is able to do all season long is just a product of this Lynchburg coaching staff.
Well, so true, so true. And I think Coach Beasley and Coach Michael Solbach, the other guy that works primarily with the pitchers for Lynchburg, would echo that as well. They can tell you all the right things, but you got to do it. The player has to do it, and Alex has done it this season. He's got a 1-2 count now on Chase Wade, who is pitching for Guilford at the moment. We think Wade will go back out. I guess you never know. You really never know in baseball, let's be honest, and especially in a day like today where we've seen so much wild things that you rarely see. Maybe I should not assume Chase Wade will be going back out to pitch, but we'll find out. It's a 2-2 count. Nobody out. Saw all those double plays earlier today. Maybe time for another one for Lynchburg's defense. Right on cue, bouncing ball to Garcia. Had to adjust the catch. They throw and they get both. How about that? That's how you make a commentator look really good. Right on cue. Ground ball. Sorry, Chase Wade. He hit it pretty hard. Garcia had to handle a weird hop there at the end of it. Kind of ended up catching it with the forehand and over his shoulder, and then a nice feed to Ben Jones, who fires across for another double play. Got to total him up again.
The Kyle Haney special that time. Spoke it into existence.
Sometimes you get lucky, Evan. Sometimes you're talking about cricket when that play happens.
You never know. It's been a long
sometimes you get lucky. It has been. It's been a blast, man. Every day was like this. Guilford fans may not want to hear that, but I love what we've seen from the Quakers. I mean, I've enjoyed all the visiting teams that have come into Fox, but I like what this Quaker squad brings to the table. They are pointed in the right direction for sure.
Absolutely, and we've touched on the fact that Lynchburg's undefeated at home, but I have not heard a crowd as loud as it was today when Lynchburg was able to battle back in that first game. The energy that Guilford brought to the table was just incredible, and for this to still be a regular season matchup, that's something that's a lot of fun to see.
And that's the thing, to have those all-time great moments, you got to have two teams or two guys that are going at it. You got to have a worthy adversary, or otherwise it just ends up being ho-hum. It's just like any other game. Gianna Scully gets the double play ground ball, and it's a fly ball to Carson Atkins in center to end the inning. Hornets try to pad on and add to the lead. They're on top by 3 going to the bottom of the 8th at Fox Field.
Loving you is where it's at. You've made me so very happy. I'm so glad you came into my life.
A fun day at the office for us. And Lynchburg enjoying a 3-run advantage at the moment. It has been seriously hard fought in every definition of the phrase. Another new arm out there for Guilford. We'll get you that in a second. It'll be Jackson Harding hitting for Lynchburg. He went in as a defensive replacement last inning, Evan. This is Jackson Harding's first at-bat of Game 2. And it's a 7-4 Hornet lead. It'll be number 16, Joey Hedgeman, pitching for Guilford. Hedgeman is pitcher number 5 for the Quakers in this game. Who I can't overstate. I really like what they've done with their pitching plan. But this Lynchburg team, they can find the soft spots. They can exploit the weaknesses. You give them any kind of an opening, and they seem to take advantage. And Lynchburg has done that in both games today.
It's a quality that good teams have, but the great ones find a way to get things done. And in those pressure situations, what the Hornets have been able to accomplish today will certainly boost the morale at this stage of the season. But again, in the ODAC tournament, anyone can play anyone, anyone can beat anyone, and it'll be an exciting few weeks as we watch the postseason arrive.
Interesting note, just thinking about it here, as Harding taps this one to the first baseman. Could be close. Harrison gobbles it up and steps on the bag for the first out. Lynchburg is going to finish either first or second in the ODAC standings. Guilford potentially could drop down to that 7 or 8 seed. Right now, Guilford is in the 6th spot, but there is a chance, Evan, that we could see this same matchup next weekend in the first round of ODAC play. And that ODAC tournament's kind of interesting, fans, if you don't know. The first round is best 2 out of 3 at the high seed location. So seeds 1, 2, 3, and 4 will host at their home ballpark next weekend. And you got Friday, Saturday, Sunday to get those games in. Sometimes you'll see a doubleheader if weather happens, as Carson Atkins flies out to right. And we got 2 outs, so we better finish the thought. But after that, the 4 teams that win their opening series, they then advance to a traditional double elimination style tournament, 4-team tournament that we are told is going to be somewhere in Richmond. We're waiting on official confirmation as far as the location for the 4-team section, the second half of the ODAC tournament.
At least we know that it will be neutral site, so always fun to see fans and teams be able to travel, bring out the support. And like you said, still a series to be played here at Fox Field, as Lynchburg is certainly hosting that. We'll have to wait and see if they end up being that 1 seed with a win today.
You know, basketball is always the one, it's a tournament sport, it's a tournament sport. But really, college baseball is the same way. I mean, those college baseball tournaments at every level, that's a full vibe, man. When you get to those neutral sites, like you're saying, you get 4, 5, 6, 8 teams in one place, all the different fan bases that you mentioned. you get some of those unforgettable moments, kind of what we've said about this one. You get two really good teams doing battle, or 4 or 6 in a tournament. It's just, it can be unforgettable stuff. Somewhat of a forgettable inning there for Lynchburg as they go 3 up, 3 down, but the Hornets hold the lead. They're on top, 7-4. Alex Gianniscoli back out to try to close it down and keep Lynchburg perfect at Fox this season. Don't miss the conclusion coming up next on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network.
Look what you're missing.
It really don't matter to me. I'm just happy to be here. I might go crazy.
Alex G trying to close it down for what would be his second save of the week. Evan, big spot right here for the senior on senior day. Go ahead.
Well, it's not an easy task to go out for a save anyways, because obviously the game has to match up. You can't just go out there and pitch and have a save opportunity every single time, but being able to deliver when it matters is something that Gianniscoli is proving he can do time and time again.
A reminder to anybody who showed up late, or in case you forgot, Jack Batchmore got his 8th save of the season. Batch is 6-0, 8 saves, came in with the 1.05 earned run average. Gianniscoli ripping off a nice breaking ball there, swung through by the Guilford hitter, who is a new guy, number 10. Will have a short trip. That was Hayes Henderson striking out to begin inning number 9. Hayes Henderson down on strikes. We've got 1 away. Hornets are just 2 away from a regular season championship, 2 away from a perfect 20-0 mark at home.
If Lynchburg does indeed hold on to win this one, you have to think the Gavin Collins triple is really the exclamation mark.
Yeah, get that Gavin Collins triple in the highlight reel for sure. We saw all kinds of highlight reel stuff in Game 1. And Game 2 has lived up to the billing. Not an afterthought. Feels like a main event here in Game 2. 0-2 is the count as Bowles got a little tied up with that inside delivery from Alex Gianniscoli. Holden Fiedler, the catcher. Defense should be the same. Fiedler outside. Gianniscoli got it there, swung on. Collins and Fiedler giving chase to the Lynchburg dugout. It hits the top of that dugout and skips out of play. Still 0-2 the count. Wonder if Gianniscoli will try to go a little bit further out on the next delivery. You have one that the batter offers at off the plate. Pitching coaches talk about expanding the zone. You just keep going further and further out and see if he keeps swinging at it. 0-2 the count. Fiedler will go out there. Breaking ball belted by Bowles. He got a lot of that. He'll send it to the warning track, the wall. Atkins will pick it up. Rounding second is Nick Bowles. Little bobble there by Carson Atkins. And they'll hold Bowles at third. There was some thought that maybe Coach Zach Booker would keep Bowles wheeling around there. But when you're down 3, probably smart. Don't take a chance of getting thrown out on the bases right here. You need the next 2 guys to get on board and score to extend the game.
Like you said, didn't miss that one. Gets it all the way to the wall, and it would have been a tight play at third without the bobble, but obviously pretty easy to get there without it. So Gianniscoli now, a little bit of pressure. You'd have to think that the nerves aren't setting in too much, having a 3-run lead. Again, that's why insurance runs are so important, but you'll still have to find a way to get out of it.
Ball airborne. Atkins coming on, makes the grab at the belt. Hat comes off, and the runner will hold. Again, probably smart from Guilford. I know some folks will say, oh, he should have tagged up, but You need 2 more runs after that. Bowles at third there would only be run number 5. So now there's 2 outs. Gianniscoli probably not feeling the pressure, Evan. He's probably more than anything doesn't like giving up the 0-2 triple. I think he probably would like to have that 0-2 pitch back that Bowles put a great swing on. Pinch hitter is Horn in the game now. Number 20, Alden Horn, hitting 300 exactly coming in to the doubleheader. 1 more to get here for Alex Gianniscoli and the Lynchburg Hornets, and Horn swings through the first one. 3 straight 30-win seasons for Lynchburg. They are looking for win number 33 on the year. Another swing and a miss. Crowd coming alive. They're getting behind Alex. Defense coming alive, making some noise for Alex Gianniscoli. 0-2 pitch. I think he got it where he wanted it. Good smother from Holden Fiedler. And it's a nice take from Horn. 1-2 count. 7-4 ball game. Lynchburg trying to cap off a perfect regular season at Fox Field. Here's the pitch. Got him swinging. The sword from Alex Gianniscoli, and he is pumped. Here come the Lynchburg players to meet in the middle and hit the celebration. A perfect 20-0 at Fox Field this season. And Lynchburg is your 2023 Old Dominion Athletic Conference regular season champs. They finish it at 19-3. Evan splits with Roanoke, Randolph-Macon, and Shenandoah. Other than that, Lynchburg all clean sweeps in the conference, and the Hornets move to 33-5 in regular season play.
Not a bad way to end the regular season at all, and all season long the Hornets have fought and battled. They've had some tight ones. They've had some matchups that were low stress, but today the Guilford Quakers certainly brought their A game. They made the Hornets earn it.
Hats off to Guilford. They deserve a lot of credit in this one, and you have to watch for them as a dangerous team in ODAC tournament play. And yeah, we might see this matchup again in ODAC tournament play. Stay tuned to all your Lynchburg sports social media channels. Get the email updates. We'll let you know what the schedule is going to be next weekend as ODAC play begins. Lynchburg is your regular season champions in the Old Dominion Athletic Conference. 19-3. They get through the ODAC meat grinder. Hornets are the 6th ranked team in the country, 33-5. They finished the regular season up at, and an undefeated mark of 20-0 at James C. Fox Field. This has been a blast. Evan, I have enjoyed working with you again. Let's try it again next weekend. We'll find some more fun stuff to talk about. We'll see some great baseball. And we just roll on here. It's tournament time. We're into the month of May. It gets really exciting now.
Absolutely, and if you want to consider the fact that the Hornets' win streak at home will technically still be on the line. The regular season was finished up in an undefeated manner, but it's going to be an exciting one. And Fox Field, as always, high energy. It's going to have lots of fans in the crowd, and I can't wait to see what the Hornets can get done.
Fans were great today, a successful senior day. We'll talk to you again next weekend. Lynchburg will be the #1 seed in the ODAC baseball tournament. We are looking forward to it. Kyle Haney saying so long today on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network.